phone into vibration mode. And may I remind you, food and drinks are prohibited in the conference hall. Also, interpretation device is available. Please head to the reception to borrow one. Switch to channel 1 for Chinese and channel 2 for English. Thank you.
好，收到，谢谢。郑明山如果一来，请他赶快到厅内，因为前面还有3个字词，我觉得可以读看，然后佩珊帮我确认一下，看什么时候开始。收到。
Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo is about to begin. So please take your seats and switch your mobile phone into vibration mode. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo. So before we begin, allow me to introduce our distinguished guest, and please stand up and wave to our audience. Director General of Energy Administration of Ministry of Economic Affairs, Mr. 游正伟，让我们欢迎署长。General Director of GLITRI, Dr. James Wang. 欢迎。Deputy Director General of Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association Kaohsiung Office, Mr. Ken Ichiro Koreeda. Principal Researcher of GZR AIST, Dr. Shogo Ishizuka. Welcome. And Head of BD APAC of Solar Duck KK Dutch, Mr. Olaf de Swart. Welcome. Chairman of HD Renewable Energy, Mr. Edward Xie. Special Assistant of Sunrise ENT Corporation, Ms. Doris Dong. Welcome to all our distinguished guests. Please give them a big applause. Net zero sustainability has become a prominent trend in global development. The Green Energy Technology Demonstration Site has established a green living environment, which can provide complete green energy for R&D, testing, verification, and site matching. This conference invites international and domestic experts to communicate and to share on solar photovoltaic system and smart grid management. And there are also physical exhibitions, as you can see outside, and everyone is welcome to join us during the break. We hope that we can promote industry research cooperation in the field of green energy at home and abroad, and also jointly create new opportunities for the green energy technology industry. Taking this wonderful opportunity, I'd like to invite the representative of our host, General Director of ITRI, Dr. James Wang, to come on to the stage to deliver opening remarks. Welcome, Dr. Wang.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sharon Green Energy Demonstration Site. I think in the past week or past few days, there has been a disaster hitting Taiwan. And also there is a great event in Taipei, Energy Taiwan and Net Zero Taiwan in Taipei, all happening last week. So we can see the impact of the global warming. And also, we saw what we're going to do to cope with the impact in the future. So photovoltaic is obviously one of the major contributors to green energy toward net zero here. So I'm happy all of you can join this summit here to exchange your expert in both technology and application to deploy PV more and more effectively to generate more green energy for our society here. So today I'm very happy to have guests from Japan, from Dutch, and also from the leading company in Taiwan, showing what their product is, their product and their technology here. And more importantly, I really honor that the Director General, Dr. Yu, of Energy Administration come to here to join us, give us a cheer, and support the PV development from the government sector here. So I hope today you are not going to hear all the experts' presentation. You can also witness some of the product technology in the exhibition out there. And we also have a tour in this lab to have a first-hand experience of what we are going to hear. Obviously, there are much more to learn and much more to collaborate in Taiwan and also with the global partnership. So once again, welcome all of you to join this event, and hopefully by the end of the day, all of us would have a very informative and fruitful result together. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Full developing the green energy requires the joint efforts of the public and private sectors. The MOEA is working from the institutional and technical aspect to improve the environment required for industrial development of green energy technology and invest in promoting industrial energy transformation. And now, let us welcome the Supervisor, Director General of Energy Administration of Ministry of Economic Affairs, Mr. You Zhenwei, for remarks.
好，我们今天研讨会的主办单位，我们王所长，然后我们张简副所长、万副所长，还有我们来自日本台湾交流协会的副所长，然后还有我们远自日本以及荷兰来的专家。那我也看到我们国内的几个主要的太阳能的领导厂商都在现场，包括叶总、我们那个沈主席、我们蔡理事长、廖理事长等等。那还有我们在座了很多我们业界的先进，大家早安，大家好。好。那很高兴今天再度来参加我们这个工研院绿能所1年1度的国际研讨会跟成果展。那我想绿能所过去这么多年来持续的在关注在整个绿能产业的发展。那尤其像现在我们世界上的趋势，大家都要谈净零减碳。那相对的政府部门也有相对应的一些政策，不断的在做推陈出新。包括我们目前主要的2个大的方向。要发展多元绿能，第2个我们要发展深度节能。我想这些都跟我们绿能所所做的研究都非常的息息相关。那包括我们在外面，我们看到今天所展示的一些我们这些阶段性的成果。我们今天的主题主要是针对太阳光电。我们从太阳光电的生产制造效率提升，以及后续的怎么样可回收再利用。甚至到这个太阳光电怎么样对电网的稳定、电网的这个怎么整合运用等等这些，我想绿能所在这方面都有相当广泛而深入的一些研究。那我想透过今天的这样的一个国际交流，来展现我们目前的研究的成果，那也听听看我们在国外。我们几位专家在他们不同的国家、不同的场域、不同的环境之下，怎么样来克服这样的一个问题？我想这都对我们台湾未来要走向2050的净零碳排的这个目标达成，都有很棒的帮助。那很再度的谢谢主办单位的邀请，那也感谢各位今天共同来参与。那我们希望透过今天的这样的交流，可以让我们的这个绿能产业、我们的光电产业、我们所有的这一些我们达到净零的这些手段的科技研发，可以获得更好的一个提升。那这边预祝我们整个的研讨会顺利成功，大家收获满满。谢谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢我们尤署长。Thank you once again. Thank you, Director General You. Please return to your seat. Thank you. And next, please welcome Deputy Director General, Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association Kaohsiung Office, Mr. Kenichiro Koreeda, to say a few words. Let's welcome. Please give him a big applause.
Distinguished guests, my name is Koreeda, Deputy Director General of Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association, Kaohsiung Office. It is very much an honor for me to be here today. Thank you very much for having me. At the beginning, Thursday last week, massive typhoon hit South Taiwan. Please allow me to express my wholehearted sympathy for all affected people. I live in Kaohsiung. At that time, I was staying at my home. My house, which is 23rd, which is located 23rd, 29th building. At that time, I was at 23rd floor, but my house was swinging. I was very shocked. After that, I saw many terrible scenery. I was very shocked. So I'd like to express my wholehearted sympathy for all affected people, and I sincerely hope South Taiwan can realize its quick recovery. So with carbon neutrality becoming a global issue, energy policy has reached a critical juncture. We are entering an era in which international industrial competitiveness will be more dependent on energy than ever before. And under conditions of high uncertainty in terms of technology and other factors, we must accelerate the shift to decarbonized energy sources, including renewable energy. The expansion of renewable energy is essential to achieving carbon neutrality. In Taiwan, I believe that the goal is to install 40 to 80 gigawatts of solar PV capacity by 2050 and 30 gigawatts by 2030. Among these, the symbiosis between fishing and power generation, in which solar panels are installed on top of shrimp and clam aquaculture ponds to integrate fishing and power generation, is considered a new method of solar power generation. And I believe the goal is to introduce 4 gigawatts by 2025 through this method. In the case of Japan, due to the small area of flatland, there are restrictions on physically suitable sites for the installation of solar power generation facilities. Against this backdrop, the next generation solar cell, perovskite, which is one of the topics of today's symposium, is positioned as an extremely important field that Japan must make a concerted effort to address. While the challenges and initiatives vary depending on the situation in each region, many experts from world-renowned research institutes have gathered today to discuss various topics related to renewable energies, such as photovoltaics. I look forward to lively discussions. In the case of Japan, implementation of perovskite solar cells is very important in order to further expand the introduction of renewable energy and strengthen industrial competitiveness. The lightweight and flexible characteristics of perovskite solar cells will greatly expand the potential for the introduction of renewable energy. More iodine, the main raw material, is a valuable resource that can be produced in Japan, making it possible to build a robust supply chain that is not dependent on any particular country. I have high expectations for this afternoon's session. In concluding, I would like to conclude my remarks by expressing my hope that today's summit will provide meaningful suggestions for the promotion of renewable energy, including solar cells, toward achieving carbon neutrality around the world. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Koleda. Please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage now, as we will now proceed to the opening ceremony. And I'd like to invite the following guests to come on to the stage to have a group photo together as we start our today's opening ceremony. So now let us welcome Director General of Energy Administration of MOEA, Mr. 游正伟。让我们有请署长一起来到台上合影。And now let us welcome General Director of ITRI, Dr. James Wang。让我们有请王汉英所长。And Executive Director of TPVIA, Mr. Fred Ye, 叶正贤理事长，我们有请。Chairman of GESA, Mr. Andy Shen， 让我们欢迎。Chairman of PVGSA, Mr. Liao Zhensong. Welcome and please come up to the stage. Chairman of TPISA, Mr. Norman Tsai. Let us welcome our guest, and I'd like to invite our guest on the stage to hold on the tablet. And the icon on the tablet symbolizes the new field of photovoltaic systems. And now I would like to ask our honorable guest on the stage, once we count down from 3, please press on the icon after countdown, okay? 让我们一起现场倒数3、2、1的同时，帮我按上我们的平板的这个荧幕，让我们一起启动今天的仪式。So now let us count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Press the icon on the tablet. 好，让我们一起看向我们的荧幕。Please look at our TV screen. Yes, give them a big applause. 让我们用热情的掌声。那我们请台上的贵宾往前一步，在我们的舞台中央哦。Please one step forward. Let's align for a group photo. 让我们一起合影哦。Let us join declare our determination to move towards net zero in 2050. 让我们一起携手迈向2050哦。这一张照片呢，希望呢可以为今天的这个沙伦绿能国际论坛暨成果展留下美好的画面，让我们一起看向我们前方的摄影。Please look forward to our photographer. And one more, please look at our left-hand side. 让我们一起看向我们的左方。Okay, and to our right-hand side. 让我们一起看向右手边的摄影。好。谢谢我们的贵宾 ，Please remain on the stage， 让我们再一次留步在我们的舞台上哦。接续我们要邀请我们的贵宾呢，let us welcome more guests to join the group photo。我们请稍微往后一步，谢谢。So now let us welcome Chairman of HD Renewable Energy, Mr. Edward Xie， 让我们有请。And Special Assistant of Sunrise ENT Corporation, Ms. Doris Dong. Principal Researcher of GZRAST, Dr. Shogo Ishizuka. Head of BD APEC of Solar.KK Dutch, Mr. Olaf Duswort. Deputy General Director of GLITRI, 张简乐人, Dr. 张简乐人. Deputy General Director of GLITRI, Dr. Wan Haopeng. Deputy Director of Shaolin Smart Green Energy Science City Office, Mr. Cai Songbo. Deputy General Director of GLITRI, Dr. 郑明山。让我们有请我们以上的所有的贵宾。Now let us welcome all of our distinguished guests come up to the stage for a group photo. So now, once again, please look forward to our photographer. 让我们稍微往右手边哦 ，Please one step, move to your right side. One step. 哦 ，OK。如果在第2排的贵宾，可能稍微调整一下位置，在2位的中间。OK， 好 ，So please make sure that we can see you clearly. 好，让我们一起看向我们前方的摄影。Please look forward. Okay, and one more, please look at your left-hand side. 让我们将目光来到我们左手边的相机。好 ，and the last one at your right hand. 让我们看向我们右方的摄影。Okay, thank you very much. 谢谢我们台上的所有贵宾哦。Please give our distinguished guest a round of warm applause. 给我们热情的掌声。谢谢我们台上的所有贵宾。Thank you all for your support. With everyone's joint efforts, Taiwan's green energy technology will surely move forward to a better prospect and future. 以上就是我们今天的这个启动的仪式。接下来要进入我们今天的第一场专题演讲啊。We will now begin the first keynote speech. The topic will be planning and progress of PV technology development from TOPCon to Tandem. By continuously improving the efficiency of solar cells, ITRI actively helps the industry break through technological bottlenecks. And however, with Taiwan's limited land resources, how to integrate solar power into daily life more efficiently will be a major challenge in the future. Facing the goal of net zero emissions, can Taiwan continue remain leading in the solar industry? Now let us welcome Dr. Zhang Jianleren, Deputy General Director, ITRI, to share the first keynote speech. 让我们热情的掌声来欢迎我们张简乐人副所长。
Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, General Director of the ITRI, Dr. Wang, and the honorable guests. It's my pleasure to be here to present you the planning and the progress of the PV technology development, especially from the ITRI perspective. Right now, we are talking about the advancement of the sea photovoltaic from the sea to the tandem, the hybrid there. So let's look at the outline. Today, I will give you a brief introduction of the net zero emission, why the PV is so important in this role. And next, I will talk about the progress of the PV technology development from historical view to the future. And then the planning of the PV technology development, then come to the conclusion. If we look at the pathway to the net zero, this was announced by the Guofahui National Development Council last year. As you can see that the PV play a major role for the net zero emissions. And here are our goal. I think this the at least installation goal for this. Until the 2025, we will have the 20 gigawatt installations, and 2030 will be 24, and then for 2050, it will be the 40 gigawatt installation. At least, I must focus on at this. But why we have this kind of the progress? Because the accumulated PV installation in Taiwan right now is only the 13.5. For the next year, it will reach 20 gigawatts. So there is a bit delay in there. So what's the reason? The key challenge is the limited area, because we have very dense population, but the area is quite limited. Most of them are the mountains and the hills. So how do we conquer? How do we solve this problem? So there are two strategies we like to promote. The one is to boost up the efficiency of the PV cell and the module. According to our estimation, the module efficiency, if we can boost up the module efficiency from 20% to 30%, then we can reduce the land area by 32.8%. So with the limited area, we have the higher efficiency, then we can boost up the gigawatt generation. The other thing is the land use. We need to have the compounded utilization of the work. So we promote the agrivoltaic, aquavoltaic PV, built-in PV, and a floating PV. I will talk about that later. So if we look at the historical roadmap of the silicon wafer-based solar cell, as you can see that from the first generation at the BSF, advanced to the PERC. For the second generation, the efficiency is boosting up from 20% to 24.5%. And right now, we are at the third generation of efficiency. It is about, the limit of the efficiency is about 28.7. And it will last for about 10 years. And later on, we can use optimization of the back contact to further boost up the efficiency to the limit. Actually, this is the theoretical limit. And later on, the generation 5 will be 45. We hope that the efficiency of the tandem can boost up to 40%. Actually, the ITRI has been the leading role for the development roadmap of this solar advancement. For example, you can see that it will be about 5 years from our starting the research and then go to the mass production in every 2 years. For example, when we are starting the BSF research, and then in about 10 years, we have the mass production for these manufacturers. In 2010, we started the PERC research. Then we have the mass production for these manufacturers. And TOPCon, we started the research at 2015. And later on, right now, we have our partners to have the mass production of the TOPCon. And we think we can do it more for the P-type to N-type. And then right now, we are licensing the service for these 5 companies. And it will share like 50% of production capacity. And right now, the role of the ITRI is to play the dual platform R&D operation. The first one is to promote the semi-finished product through the cross-testing. The other one is the fast track for the industrialization. So we plan to have the one-step technical service for the cell, from cell to module to the system applications. And right now, for the diverse applications, as you can see, the rooftop systems is almost like very steady, developed at 30%. Right now, the major part will be the ground flat applications we call it the power plant. But because the land limit issue and the environmental issues, we can expect that the ground power plant will gradually decrease. So what will take the role of the decreased part? It will be the compound utilization, such as the agricultural PV, built-in PV, and the floating. So, for example, we can foresee that the fishery and the electricity symbiosis is very important in Taiwan. So let's look at the efficiency. Here would be the efficiency limit of the single junction solar cell made of different materials. For the crystalline silicon, the theoretical limit of the efficiency is about 32%. If you look at the per watt scale, it's about 30.5%. And here is the solar spectra. From the outside of the space, you can see this is the spectra with different wavelengths. When the sunlight comes into the atmosphere and hit the ground, I think the part the solar can absorb is this range. So for the silicon base, it is related to it absorbed the longer wavelengths, and for the perovskite, it absorbed the shorter wavelengths. In this regard, how can we combine this together? Because they are in different spectra. So if we can best utilize these 2 materials, maybe we can boost up the efficiency. So this is what we do for the tandem utilization. For example, here is the long wavelength absorption of the silicon base. So for the long wavelength, it belongs to the silicon. But for the short wavelength, then it belongs to for the perovskite. So in this regard, we promote a tandem solar cell. it has two layers. When solar come into our cell, the top cell will be the perovskite. Perovskite can absorb the shorter wavelengths with the high energy. Then the bottom layer will be the narrow bandgap bottom cell for the silicon, for the absorb the longer wavelengths. For the combination of these two, we believe that the efficiency limit can break through the theoretical value of the silicon limit. And how do we come to this kind of approach? The first is, if we look at the short term, how can we improve the silicon? I think the wafer base is at its maximum already, so we can optimize the contact. We move the contact from the top to the back so that we can avoid the incident light loss by front electrode shielding. The other good thing is it can avoid the carrier recombination loss at the front emitter. So we can boost up like 2 to 3%. So we can lead into efficiency limit to the 29%. And then what about the perovskite? It's, the perovskite is at this wavelength. Originally, our silicon base will absorb the energy at this wavelength. If we can increase or we can plus the perovskite at this wavelength, then it will be possible to have the combination of the efficiency limit over 40%, and the limit will be 45%. What about the applications? In addition to the efficiency enhancement, the one of the application is because of the land limit. So how can we make the other application other than the land? So the first one will be the land zero floating of the offshore PV, because the area is very large. It has very high potential to have this kind of application. For the inland, we promote the higher we promote the aquaculture, agrivoltaic of the fishery, and the agriculture electricity integrations. For the living, for the daily life living, then we have the movable E-cube, as you can see in the front of our yard. There is a demonstration of the E-cube. This E-cube is variable, it's movable, and it is especially good for the emergency and multiple unit integration. So far, because the number is limited, so there is a high cost, but if it can be have the mass production, I think the cost could be reduced significantly. So here are the key milestones for the efficiency and the diverse applications. As you can see that the key pipe, that right now we can further boost up the silicon-based photovoltaic using the TBC, the tandem back contact technology, to enhance the efficiency to 27%. If we use the tandem combining the perovskite and TOPCon, I think we can reach at the end of 2030, it will be reaching about 30%. For the diverse application, right now we are testing the floating PV and verify its effect. Then in the 2027, we expect to have the offshore PV demonstration about 1 megawatt in 2027, and offshore wind combined with the PV will be 2030. It's our goal. So here comes to our concluding remark. High efficiency is always the goal of our PV development, and the diverse application will enlarge its effect. So these two are the major strategies for we to have the breakthrough of the APV applications. From BSF, to the PERC, to the TOPCon, ITRI has been a driving force behind the growth of the PV industry. And ITRI plans to facilitate the TOPCon in the short term to the TBC technology. And in the long term, we will combine with the perovskite technology to boost up the efficiency over 30%. And then by fostering the partners and international organization, we will lead the next PV technology evolution in Taiwan. So, so you can have a clear view of this PV development here. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. 谢谢我们张简乐仁副所长。Once again, thank you, Dr. Zhang Jian, for the wonderful presentation. After understanding the domestic solar energy development strategy in Taiwan, and let's turn our attention to Japan, where large-scale new solar power generation technology has been developed. And Japan has outstanding advantages. PV technologies are becoming increasingly important for realizing a carbon-neutral society, and its comprehensive strength also ranked first. So what exactly is Japan's research on solar power generation technology worth learning from? Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Shogo Ishizuka from GZR AIST Japan. Please give him a round, warm applause. 让我们掌声欢迎。
大家好。Sorry, but I wanna start my presentation in English. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for the kind introduction. I'm truly honored to be visiting Taiwan on this occasion for the first time. Yes, this is my first experience in Taiwan, so and also, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to give a talk here today. So first of all, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of this symposium. Thank you so much. And here is an outline of my talk today. Very simple, yes. So although time is limited, I want to take the next 20 minutes to introduce the current state of the R&D in PV technologies in Japan and also at the AIST. As you are surely aware, the installation of renewable energy systems have been growing year by year, and among them, PV photovoltaic technologies hold the largest share and continues to grow. When we look at the global PV markets, we can see that China accounts for 43% of the cumulative capacity, and the other Asian countries, including India, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and Australia and Southeast Asia hold 90%, and Europe accounts for 18%, and the Americas, including Canada, the United States, and South America, make up 15%. So, as we are already aware, and from this figure, it's very clear that China, the mainland, hold the largest share, and it's quite. It appears quite difficult to reclaim the market share again using conventional PV technologies. When we break down the PV materials, when we break down the PV materials by their ratios, we can find the share of thin film, compound thin film technologies such as cadmium telluride and CIGS remain a substantial market, although the share is not so large. But of course, the majority of the share is dominated by crystalline silicon technologies like this. And specifically, silicon crystalline technology, the share of silicon crystalline technology has been increasing since 2017, with prices continues to fall. So there may be no longer a need to use multi-crystalline silicon anymore, because single crystalline silicon technology is now cheap, inexpensive enough, and still the performance is quite high, quite nice. It is clear, as I mentioned before, now China dominates the entire crystalline silicon solar cell supply chain, from raw materials to module production. So we need seriously consider the development of new technologies beyond conventional silicon technologies. There are several potential technologies except for silicon. For example, 3-5 compounds yield the highest energy conversion efficiencies among all solar cell materials. But the cost is quite high, but if we can reduce their cost, they could become more competitive. Chalcogenide solar cell technologies such as CIGS and cadmium telluride also potential technologies. But there is room for further improvement in their energy conversion efficiencies. So improvement in their performance is key for further distribution to meet that demand. And development of new materials such as CIS derivatives, kestrite, antimony sulfide, or other chalcogenide materials, and also yet to be seen new materials hold the potential for new breakthrough as well. Yeah, we can say the same for organic and related solar cells as well. And needless to say, currently metal halide perovskite solar cell technologies have been attracting huge attention. But not only perovskite, but also conventional organic and dye-sensitized solar technologies also remains viable. And although the use of their application may be somehow limited. But some companies keep going to fabricate as a commercial products in Japan. Here I show you solar cell efficiencies for a wide variety of solar cell materials by their sizes. We often discuss the solar cell performance based on the energy conversion efficiencies demonstrated from very tiny, small size, labo scale size cells, 1 square centimeter or less. But it is meaningless unless we compare them by the efficiency performance of the practical sized modules. Crystalline silicon remain an ideal and well-established material, consistently achieving high enough photovoltaic efficiencies around 25% level, even in the large size modules. Chalcogenide thin film compound technologies, CIGS, cadmium telluride, also yield relatively good energy conversion efficiencies, even in large area sized modules as well. In addition, CIGS enables the fabrication of lightweight and flexible type solar cells on flexible substrates like plastic polyimide films and metal foils, even in large areas as well. gallium arsenide or other 3-5 compound technologies, as I mentioned before, this kind of material can offer the highest performance, but the cost is too expensive for civilian use. So the use of them is now limited to space applications. Perovskite and their tandem-type solar cells may have a great potential and achieving very high solar cell efficiencies in small-sized cells like this. But before putting them into the practical application, commercial production, there are some critical issues to be solved. For example, you see, this material is quite susceptible to humidity and oxygen or even illumination. Also, there's another challenge that scaling them up. It's quite challenging to form the uniform large area perovskite photoabsorber layer over large size. So in my personal opinion, perovskite technology is quite has a great potential, but it will take more time to establish the technology for practical application. Okay, here I show you photovoltaic solar cell companies in the world. Although, this figure was prepared by RTS, Japanese consulting company, last December, so a bit old one, and this figure contains some companies which are already filed for bankruptcy. For example, SunPower, United States, and Freesome in the Switzerland already filed for bankruptcy. But this figure, we can find the feeling, scale of the world, the activity of the PV companies in the world. And needless to say, most companies, including Japan, now involved with the R&D of perovskite solar cells, regardless of single junction type or tandem type solar cells. For the case of Japan, Japanese companies are also involved, similar to the global trend. Although the number of companies in Japan somehow decreased when compared to the situation in the past. But not only perovskite, but some Japanese companies are parallelly involved with different technologies from perovskite solar cells. For example, Toshiba Corporation is one of the very large companies in Japan. Of course, they are doing research and development of single junction perovskite type solar cells using film type substrate, and also perovskite silicon tandem type solar cell. But in addition to them, parallelly, they are also doing research of very cheap, cost-effective tandem type solar cells, and with still high performance using very cheap material, cuprous oxide, copper oxide at the top cell, and silicon bottom, crystalline silicon technology at the conventional bottom cell. Also, I'm sure you know the name of the company, PXP Corporation. Basically, Idemitsu Kosan's Showa Shell Secure is a Japanese petroleum company, and their child company is Solar Frontier, that is a maker of rigid glass substrate-based solar panels. But they quit mass production of the CIGS solar panels 2 or 3 years ago. And after that, some core members, including president and vice president and technical section leader of Solar Frontier, quit the company, Solar Frontier, and launched their own venture business company. The name is PXP. Now they are involved with their R&D of tandem type solar cells using perovskite and CIGS, very lightweight and flexible type for terminal tandem type solar cells. The substrates for perovskite is plastic films, and metal foil, titanium foil is used for the bottom cell CIGS. So I want to emphasize here, not in Japan, not only perovskite or silicon, conventional silicon, but also some Japanese companies have a strategy beyond the perovskite maybe, and parallelly they keep going on developing new technologies in addition to the perovskite or silicon technologies. Okay, now I want to move on to the AIST's R&D in PV technologies. AIST isn't just in one place, but it has 12 locations all over Japan. And we are now doing R&D in terms of PV technologies, mainly in AIST Tsukuba. Tsukuba is here. And also in Fukushima, FLARE Institute is here. And also we have another site for outdoor exposure testing facility in Kyushu area here. There are several research teams at the AIST in charge of silicon-based PV modules, and also silicon cells, and perovskite silicon tandem, and not only material science, but system and applications, and calibration, standards and measurements, and other materials defined from perovskite and silicon, for example, 3,5 and CIGS or other chalcogenide-based thin film technologies as well. And currently, we have a strong research team in terms of specializing on perovskite solar cells as well. Yeah, similar to the global trend, the situation may be the same at the AIST, and the R&D of perovskite solar cell is maybe one of the top priorities at the AIST PV R&D as well. We are now working on development of new materials to mitigate the perovskite solar cell degradation, and exploring commercial products, commercial materials applicable to perovskite solar cells, and optimizing solar cell fabrication conditions using AI, not the elemental aluminum, but artificial intelligence, and the development of an automated cell fabrication system for material evaluation and fabrication. Our goal is to achieve around 15 or 20 years of durability in outdoor power generation using perovskite photoabsorber materials, because current one of the most important issues to be resolved is to beef up the stability, reliability of the photoabsorber layer, perovskite photoabsorber layer. Also, we are now working on perovskite silicon tandem type solar cells. We just got started, and this result is just a scratching one. So the performance is not so high, but our configuration is the use of N-type silicon at the bottom cell and the NIP structure for the top cell perovskite photoabsorber layers, and the elemental indium-free interface layer. Maybe the point should be emphasized here. And 3.5, as I mentioned before, 3.5 multi-junction solar cells offer the highest efficiency among all other types of solar materials, but they are too expensive for civilian use. The bottleneck lies in the cost of MOVP, metal organic vapor phase epitaxy growth, conventional growth technology, and the cost of bottom cell materials. So we are now developing a new growth technique, hydride vapor phase epitaxy, HVPE, This growth method is expected to reduce cost to 1/10 of those for a conventional technique MOVPE. To date, using this new technique, we have demonstrated over 28% efficiency from dual junction type solar cells. This value is a record efficiency for 3-5 solar cells grown using this new technique. And also, we are now working on other compounding materials, CIGS. CIGS stands for the acronym elemental copper, indium, gallium, and selenium. CIGS has advantages of, for example, a good solar cell efficiency and nice, excellent longer time reliability with no age degradation. And its appearance, you see, the solid black color allows a wide range of designs when this device is installed in various places. Also, CIGS is, in fact, very cost-effective, achieving very low, short energy payback time, less than 1 year, and also with a very short CO2 payback time as well, less than 1 year. CIGS technology, solar cell devices work well even under low illumination conditions. So we can use the CIGS solar cell devices not only outdoor, but also indoor in the room as well. To date, recently, we have demonstrated 18.7% efficiency from lightweight and flexible type monolithically integrated on the single substrate CIGS mini modules. This value is a world record efficiency for among this type of solar cell modules. Not only perovskite silicon, not only perovskite silicon tandem type solar cells, but also we are working on other tandem type solar cells using other types of materials. For example, here I show you the 3-5 CIGS combination. We have demonstrated the 30% efficiency under low concentrated sunlight using 3-5 for the top cell and CIGS for the bottom cell. Also, we have demonstrated 29.3% efficiency under one sun condition as well, under the international collaboration with Fraunhofer in Germany. Not only material science, but also AST covers a wide range of solar cell technologies. For example, module technology as well. We are working on development of lightweight and flexible type crystalline silicon modules that's suitable for installation on building walls and factory roofs and on the rooftop of the vehicles. And also, reliability testing is an important subject to us. We are doing R&D in terms of this subject using our original silicon pilot line facilities in Fukushima site. And our PV system team focuses on 3 research areas to achieve long-term reliability and safety by developing observation and measurement techniques, and also increasing PV values, and for the achievement of exploring new applications by collecting field data for VIPV and BIPV. Also, development of guidelines are one of a very important mission for us. Due to the time limitation, I'm going to skip this, but we made some guidelines for not only for consumer users, but also for constructors. And lastly, PV calibration and measurements are also one of very important mission for us, AST. Of course, calibration technologies, precise calibration technologies in terms of conventional crystalline silicon may be well established. But such kind of techniques, methods are required, necessary for new types of a wide variety of solar cell materials and devices as well. So we are now developing the technique for each types of cell devices and modules as well. Under the international collaboration, world PV scale with NREL United States, PTV, SD in Germany, and so on. Also, as you probably know, there's a solar cell efficiency table that is published in the journal paper Progress in Photovoltaics by widely publishers twice a year. And the table reports the world highest independently certified efficiency values for small area cells and large area module. ASD is one of co-authors with other institutes in the world. Okay, maybe it's time to wrap up my talk. So, yeah, as I mentioned in my talk, yeah, exploring new PV technologies beyond conventional silicon is a very hot topic and necessary, and now widely discussed around the world. Among them, actually, the R&D in perovskite is important, and I think, yeah, it will remain a key focus over the next several years in Japan and in the world as well. But not only perovskite, ASD covers a wide variety of PV technologies in addition to these materials, such as 3,5 CIGS or other compound thin film technologies, as well as other aspects of PV technologies in terms of PV system, reliability, stability issue, and the measurement techniques as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shogo Ishizuka. 谢谢，我们再一次感谢 for the wonderful presentation. Please return to your seat. Thank you. 谢谢。And now, HD Renewable Energies Fishery and Electricity Symbiosis case provides a successful example for Taiwan energy transformation and sustainable development. By transforming abandoned fish ponds into eco-friendly production bases, HD Renewable Energy has not only achieved economic benefits, but also contributed to environmental protection. Now let us welcome Mr. Edward Xie, Chairman of HD Renewable Energy, to share with us. Please come onto the stage to deliver his speech. 让我们掌声欢迎宏德能源董事长谢元一，谢董事长。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. My name is Edward Shea, and I'm here to share our solutions for our aquavoltaic font. So my name is Edward Shea. I graduated with a Bachelor of Economics from the University of British Columbia. I got my Master's of Finance and Entrepreneurship in New York. So about HDRE. We're a vertically integrated renewable energy company that specializes in project development, O&M, EPC, battery storage, EV charging, and retail electricity. We're a fairly young company as we've established in 2016, but we've grown into a listed company on the Taiwanese Stock Exchange with a market cap of 31.6 billion NT. We have about 350 plus professionals, domestic and abroad. And since solar IPPs are a capital-intensive industry, we collaborated with Taiwanese life insurance companies that provided the bulk of the capital for our solar assets. And two of the main asset classes, Aquastar Energy and Fubon Green Energy, are focused on aquavoltaics. And we also have 65 billion NT assets under management. And here are some of our success stories and achievements. We've generated over 50,000 renewable energy certificates. We've built 450 megawatts of PV solar. We harvested 60,000 kilograms of fish. We have 5 patents now for aquaculture. We have 65 billion assets under management with 15.6 billion kilowatt hours of green power wheeling. So we at HDRE, we're a solutions provider from everything from project development, EPC, VPP solutions, trading, charging EV vehicles, and finally green energy solutions. But today we'll focus on aquavoltaics. This is our aquavoltaic demo site, Tainan Qigu Riyun project. This is our project. It's 56 hectares with ground mounts, floating, and rooftops. And our floating solar comes from our good friends from Sunrise, Doris Dong. And we have 65. We generate 65 million kilowatt hours per year with our main CPPA customer, MediaTek. So this is how we revitalize the abandoned fish farms. Basically, we kept the same layout, but we invested about 200 million NT dollars into upgrading the current infrastructure. We've built reservoirs, irrigation pipelines, and basically just upgraded the infrastructure. We've also done a self-imposed environmental audit. Let me look at the details right now, sorry. So the study in 2023, we found there were 20 species with 40 types of 1,232 birds, such as the super swan, Eurasian widgeon, northern shoveler, black-faced spoonbill, egrets, and many more. And our follow-up study this year confirmed the actual increase of wildlife activities. This is because we left the 6-kilometer plot of land for an ecological reserve instead of fully developing the land for solar. This is extremely rare, as most developers would want to develop 100% of the project. We do maintenance for the surveillance of the natural habitat. And it's also pretty funny that when we clean the ponds, it's like a free buffet for the fish, for the birds. They all come and they gather and eat a free buffet. Communication with local communities is also key for the success of this project. And whether through dialogue or the employment of locals, is very important. This is an example where we help the local communities preserve the salt fields. At first, the local communities were skeptical, but over time, with constant communication and dialogue, local residents began accepting and supporting our ideas. Some local fishermen even went as far as to providing us with their fish ponds so we can raise fish together. We've gotten visits from government officials and institutions. Overseas students from the University of Brisbane actually came over to do a study. And our goal here is to upgrade the aquaculture industry through investments in infrastructure and smart aquaculture methods. Mia Sabong retail stores and e-commerce websites, and we do this all while prioritizing ESG. We applied for 6 patents, and 5 of them passed in areas of pond design, structural design, and harvesting methods. And here is a quick video of our Riyun project. The video 怎么播啊？ Sorry, there must be some technical difficulties. But we're happy to report that in 2023, we harvested 37 kilograms of mullet fish, 20 kilograms of milkfish, and 3,000 kilograms of white shrimp, which gives us a total of 61 kilograms. Our next phase is very exciting as we've invested heavily in indoor farming for our white shrimp. We've won numerous sustainability recognitions, and I would like to mention the TSAA award. This recognizes HDRE's commitment to balancing renewable energy development with public interests. We also got we were also the double award winner for Green Leadership and Corporate Sustainability Reporting from Asia Responsible Enterprise Awards. So to global market deployment, we hope we can copy this model in the Philippines, Australia, and Japan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. 谢谢，我们再一次感谢谢董事长的分享。Thank you. Many thanks to all the speakers for sharing their insights and invaluable experiences. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will take about 15 minutes break and we will be back in 11:30. So please take your time. And tea and refreshments are provided in the cafe dining area. Please be reminded the food and drinks are prohibited in the conference hall. Thank you for your cooperation. 我们现在中场休息大约15分钟的时间，让我们准时11点30分回到现场。场外备有茶水点心，在场内是禁止饮食的。And also the ITRI Green Energy Technology Exhibition outside 我们的场外呢有我们今天的这个展览，欢迎大家呢拨空前来参观哦。Allows us to have a deeper understanding of local development of green energy technology. So be sure to take a chance to visit the exhibition outside the conference hall. Thank you very much. Let's see you at 11:30. 谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Charlotte International Green Energy Summit and Expo is about to begin. So please return to your seat. And also please turn off your mobile phone or switch into vibration mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Our valuable guests and our ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2024 Charlotte International Green Energy Summit and Expo. So welcome back. Before we begin the next section, let's watch a video that Chairman Edward Shih has just mentioned from HD Renewable Energy has just mentioned. It's a documentary of a big harvesting last year at Star Aquaculture。接下来呢，我们稍微插播一下，我们会播放刚刚呢，我们宏德能源谢董事长呢有提到的一个影片，这个是关于我们的新源渔业在去年的一个大丰收的一个影片一个纪录片，让我们一起来欣赏。So now let us watch the video together.
国家那个挂档位哦。
Wow, it's quite amazing, right? Please give this video a big warm applause. 很壮观哦，这个乌鱼子的收成哦。Okay, so now let's come back to our forum. The successful transformation of Sunrise CNT has opened up a new direction for the solar energy industry. Its performance in technological innovation, product quality, and environmental protection is worthy of learning and reference by the industry. Sunrise case also shows that floating photovoltaic systems in water areas have broad market prospect and will become an important trend in future. So now let us welcome the Special Assistant of Sunrise CNT Corporation, Ms. Doris Dong. Please come onto the stage to share with us. 让我们用热情的掌声来欢迎旭东环保董事长特助董妍玲。
好，那个大家听一点中文。好，那我今天要讲的是大概就是一个浮动式的太阳能系统。那先介绍一下旭东，旭东是成立于1995年。那我们主要呢的产品应用其实范围非常的广。那我们是全世界前3大的斜张桥桥梁的供应商。那是现在台湾离岸风电电缆保护管的唯一供应商。那我们还有做渔业箱网，渔业箱网是发展在1999年，目前是世界第2大的箱网制造商。那就是因为有这些渔业箱网的经验，所以呢，我们就发展了浮动式太阳能。浮动式太阳能最早的发展是在2010年。那到了2015年，我们开始有一个小小的往外海推的太阳能，稍等可以看到。那在2018年开始有去谈论到所谓的离岸太阳能。2023年的时候呢，我们目前已经完成了离岸太阳能的实验室的一些试验跟数据，包括水工模拟，包括风洞测试。那预计在今年的年底，我们会有一个正式的实场验证。那设置地点会在屏东的外海，大概离岸3公里处的地方。 那到了2025年这一整年的10场验证，去收集一些相关资讯。那目前我们是全世界第3大的，算是一个那个太阳能浮台的供应商。目前旭东外销的国家超过76个国家。那为什么要做浮动式太阳能？因为其实第一个就是刚刚前面也都有提到，土地资源有限。那第二个就是说，其实水面型的太阳能是可以额外增加发电量，相较于屋顶型跟陆上型，大约可以增加10到14% 的发电量。那浮动的应用场域呢，其实就是有所谓我们看到的河流、湖泊，那还有水库。那台湾来讲，可能就还有所谓的滞洪池、所谓的埤塘，还有刚刚洪德谢董他们介绍的渔电共生的蓄水池。那这个部分呢，我们在整个浮台的 market share 是第3名。那这个图像看起来会觉得，好像不是，是因为其他的供应商他们都还有同时做可能是 inverter 的部分的一些设施这样子。那目前我们的整体的时机大概是超过400 MW。那这个部分是之前杜苏芮直扑金门的时候，我们在金门的金湖水库的一个台风下的实况，因为可能蛮多人会觉得说，那我浮台放在水面上，遇到台风的时候怎么办？那这一个是实际上我们当时有就是一个镜头画面，那它当时的风速是每秒43米。大概算是一个全球上真的有抗台到一个这种中台风速的一个系统这样子。那它当时的瞬间风速是每秒53米。大家其实都可以看到那个镜头都晃得很严重，但是浮台其实原则上都是没有任何的问题的。好，那再来。现在呢，为什么我们大家要开始讲离岸？其实离岸有一部分，像现在离岸风机也开始发展的非常的蓬勃。那离岸风机加上离岸太阳之后，其实大家可以看到这个蓝线的部分其实就是风能，那黄色的部分就是加入了太阳能。其实风能加上太阳能是可以去稳定它的一个发电的。那目前根据研究出来，其实最好的比例就是风能加太阳能是1:1，那他们可以共用一个电缆去稳定它的发电。好，那再来离岸太阳能的部分，可能有什么一个比较有竞争力？为什么大家会想要往离岸走？第一个，离岸的太阳能它可以做一个复合式的系统，它可以配合风能，那也可以搭配养殖，那甚至最近有一个就是比较新，也是大家其实蛮耳熟能详的议题，就是加入氢能，这个其实都是一个复合式的发展。那再来，因为土地资源有限，所以大家就是我们其实在海上做的时候，我可能一小片，我就可以做一个非常相当大的建置量。那我们的设计呢，会采用模组化，而且可以扩充的。就是其实如果我们不跟风能搭配，大概就是单纯离岸太阳能，我们建置在100 MW， 它整体的成本其实是较低的。那它有一个比较低的一个均化能源成本。其实再生能源里面，太阳能一直都是比较低、最低的一个能源均化成本。那在海上，当然它也是一样的。那它有较低的资本支出，因为它可以搭配风能，它可以去共购一些风能的一些原始的设施，那去降低一些所谓真正的资本支出。那再来，它不会有遮蔽海岸线的问题，因为根据研究，其实人的肉眼大概在6公里的地方，离岸6公里的地方，其实你是看不到所谓的太阳能的设施。那这样子的话，也比较不会有一些可能有大家会有疑虑说，我今天遮蔽了一些比较漂亮或者海景的视野这样子。好，那再来，再提到了离岸太阳能的一个竞争力，那其实它也是有它的挑战。那它的挑战第一个就是说，它可以维运的时间可能很短，因为它会有海象的问题。那这个部分其实我们有探讨过，可能日后就是一样用无人机下去做一个维运，那这个是一个机会。那第二个就是说锚定系统的部分，但锚定系统因为我们本身就是做箱网养殖起家的公司，所以锚定系统其实对于我们来讲也是一个可以就是把它解决掉的一个方式。 那再来就是并网，要怎么并网？是要跟风电一起并网，还是要做储能，还是要最后去做一个自清的方式？这个其实也是大家一个讨论的议题。那最重要的一点就是所谓的材料耐蚀性，因为其实材料的耐蚀在海上是一个非常重要的议题。那也感谢就是这几年的离岸风机，有一些材料都有一些比较新的突破，在耐蚀性上面，其实目前都可以去达到这个要求。那浮台的连接部分，因为浮台连接我们还要考虑风跟浪，那这个我们会借鉴我们整个在那个箱网的连接方式上面下去做一个设计。那最后就是因为离岸太阳能是一个比较新的议题，所以它其实比较欠缺历史性的相关资料。那这个就是我刚刚提的，其实我们最早一个小小的雏形，这个是当初日本的那个平冈之朗，我们帮他做一个离岸的，它这个是薄膜式的太阳能，它是为了渔业养殖用的。那这个部分是当初也是日本他们为了雷达占要用，但后来其实都没有真正的下去做一个大量的建制，主要是因为就像我讲的，那个时候其实在海上整体材料的耐蚀性都还没有那么的好，对，然后所以也有成本的问题。那再来材料的选择部分，我们的底座使用的是所谓的 PE100。PE 有这几个特性，第一个就是它有高度的可挠性，那它的适用环境在于正负60度 C， 那它的耐候性可以达到50到100年，那它也耐酸碱，那它100%可以回收，所以对环境是友善的。那刚刚提到的，就是在耐蚀的部分，其实尤其支架尤为重要。那我们目前呢，除了支架以外，还有太阳能板。我们太阳能板会有一个 PVDF 的涂层下去做一个耐蚀。那我们使用的是就是绝缘超晶体奈米的一个太阳能的材料。那支架的部分有一个新开发的不锈钢叫446，它目前已经通过10000小时的延误测试。那我们的目标是希望它通过15000小时的延误测试。这个也是一个比较新的议题，就是说，因为卡到刚刚我们前面讲的土地资源有限的关系，所以我们公司有研发一个所谓的反射板。这个反射板可以增加7% 的发电效率，而这一个是有真正经过那个第三方公证单位实测出来的效果，它就是可以增加7%。那为什么我们的浮台要使用支架？要使用支架的原因是因为 PE 它的热膨胀系数是126，那太阳能模组铝框它的膨胀系数是24到26。如果你没有使用支架，它在发电的时候它会有发热，那发热因为 PE 热膨胀系数大，它会快速拉扯模组的铝框，会造成模组引裂的问题，进而影响它的发电效率，所以我们才会去做一个算是一个支架的设计。那在浮力的部分，其实30% 到50% 的浮力是相对性最稳定的状态。那我们利用所谓第一个就是浮力的设计，第二个我们会减少我们的浮台跟水面的接触，用以去控制像藤壶啊这种微生物的那个寄生，然后去让它的浮力可以维持在这个相对稳定的地方。那海上其实有一个比较也需要讨论跟挑战的，就是所谓的风跟浪。那这一个是其实大家可以看一下，这个就是其实我们有做一个消浪的一个效果的比较。这一个右边这边是经过消浪前，那其实到了左边其实可以看它相对是有成果的。那这个也是，这个是当初我们在做海洋深层水的时候，它刚好拉管出去的一个状况。那这个就是所谓消浪的一个原理性。我们这一边南北向是透过管材的一个结构去做一个减浪的动作，那东西向是透过一个底座的结构、一个水流的交换去做一个减浪的动作。好，那因为我们从1999年开始做箱网，所以我们有24年的箱网锚定经验。那在维运安全的部分呢，因为其实维运安全有它所谓的要求，像包括我们的踏板需要有凸点，凸点的用意是防滑。那 走道的宽度要在1米以上，因为他担心的是，万一你真的水上有紧急事件的时候，你可能真的会用到担架。那这个宽度大概就是人开担架可以过的宽度。那这一个是参考日本，他们有一个在太阳能水面型发电它的设计施工的一个规范，在水上的所有的 cable， 它都必须要使用所谓的 CD 管或 PF 管下去做包覆。那火灾防治的部分，因为其实不管再怎么样，太阳能设施还是都会有火灾发生的风险。那所以在火灾防治这个部分，相对就算是一个比较重要的点。那我们的浮台设计呢，第一个我们可以使用 PF 管下去包覆；第二，我们其实一个走道我们是一个走道一个水道一个走道，就是万一你真的有发生火灾的时候，我们可以把灾害控制在这一个里面，因为它再来就碰到水，它不会再往下去延伸。那这个就是我们谈到 PF 管的部分，这个是我们请台塑包括跟他们一起合作研发的，这是一个耐燃性的管材，它这个可以就是使用在一个电缆的包覆这样子。那这个其实都已经有通过 SGS 的测试报告。那讲到并网要怎么并？其实有很多种选择。第一个跟风机一起并，那就是去降低大家的成本。第二个没有风机的地方，我们可以独立做我刚刚提的一个100 MW， 它也是一个成本比较低的一个点。那再来，如果不并网，要做储能或者要做一些就是氢能的发电，这个也是一个选择。那这个大概就是一个那个全球性目前在离岸太阳能的一个发展。那走在最前面，而且跟我们的一个目标一致，就是抗浪7到14米的，就是 Solar Deck， 他们今天有来，对。那这个就是我们整体的目标。那目前我们自己旭东本身的 TRL 是在大概5跟6的地方，就是实验室阶段已经完成，再来就是要去做一个实场验证，为期1年的实场验证。好，那这是我们刚刚提到的，我们今年年底预计会在这个地方去放置一个真正实场验证的离岸新太阳能。这个地方大概是在离岸3公里的地方。那在一个离岸太阳能的一些设计里面，其实这个部分的话，像这个就是必须要去经过一些耐时，还有一些配重的设计。那这里面放的就是我们所谓的 inverter 跟 transformer。那这个是我们整个太阳能的部分。这个是其实可以看到有一些这种都是针对一些防抗浪，因为不管再怎么减浪，其实还是会有浪往上坡的风险，尤其是在台风天的时候。所以可以看得到，这个其实比以往我们可能，如果大家在市面上有看到，就是普通的浮动型的状况的话，这个其实相对是有价高的。好，那最后这个是我们一个太阳能的大概离岸太阳的那个影片，不见了。对他刚哦，好，大概是这样子。那我们可以看一下这个影片，这样。这个前面都是我们的合作团队，所以当然也很感谢工研院给我们的很多一些相关的技术交流跟指导，这样子。 那我今天的介绍就到这里，谢谢大家。
谢谢 ，Thank you, Ms. Doris Dong from 我们 Sunrise 的分享，谢谢我们特助的分享啊 ，Once again for the wonderful sharing. Now let's look at the global OFPV example. OFPV is the clean energy technology with huge potential. And Solar Duck, as a pioneer in this field, provides new ideas for the global energy transformation. With the continuous advancement of technology and reduction of costs, OFPV will play an increasingly important role in the future energy system. So how did it become a leader in PV industry? So now let us welcome Head of BD APAC of Solar Duck KK Dutch, Mr. Olaf de Swart, to deliver his speech. Let us welcome. 让我们掌声欢迎。
Thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you for the organizers of inviting me here. Yeah, I was already introduced, so maybe just a brief explanation about me. I'm one of the co-founders of this company, Solar Duck. I've had 10 years maritime history in shipbuilding, in basically the biggest shipbuilder of the Netherlands. And I also have a technical background, so if you have in the panel discussions some technical questions, well, feel free to go all out. Actually, the presentation I show here is a bit of a mixed bag. So I basically want to show a bit about what is going on in the offshore solar development, also from a market perspective, a small bit about technology, and a small bit about what Taiwan has as challenges. And I will begin with just a couple of slides about where our company comes from. So basically, well, everybody knows renewable energy is booming globally. So, well, we expect actually renewables to take over completely. Solar energy is really starting to become dominant, as was present already or shown in the presentations this morning. But this figure, 630 gigawatts by 2030 per year of solar additions, that was actually posted by Bloomberg, I think, last year. And this year, we already probably achieve around 590 gigawatts. So as you may all know, the solar expansion is always under-predicted globally. And actually, the solar industry always outperforms. But we have some serious challenges are already showing in some countries, among others Taiwan as well, as was noted this morning. Land scarcity is becoming a bigger and bigger challenge to basically scale up renewable energy installations, and especially also solar installations. So land scarcity is a huge issue, and combined with that also urbanization, which means actually a lot of the energy is required more and more locally. And we see that in a lot of different countries. We see it in Japan, for example, where basically Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya area are responsible for the majority of energy demand. But in Southeast Asia, it's even much more severe because the Manila area itself is responsible, for instance, for 60% of the electricity consumption. Same in Indonesia, for example. The Jakarta or Java area is responsible for the majority of energy consumption. And this creates significant challenges in the expansion of renewables and the use of renewables to decarbonize. But I think there is a solution, and that we're actually the speaker in front of me was already showing the nice direction, because solar energy can generate energy offshore. And all these major cities, whether it's Tokyo or Taipei or Kaohsiung or Jakarta, they are all located next to the sea. So there's the opportunity to use the sea space to basically deal with this lack of space. And of course, the solar industry is not the first industry we did this, because the oil and gas industry is doing this already for a long time. And of course, the wind industry is also starting to do this already since 10, 15 years ago. So that solar goes offshore, I don't think it's a question anymore, but it's more of when will it happen and on what scale. So within the offshore solar market, actually you see some major segments, and already some of the segments were highlighted. First one is standalone, which was highlighted before as well, basically independent offshore solar plants which supply directly to the local grid. Big advantage there is that solar doesn't have to be far offshore. Solar can be very near shore, and that's a big advantage compared to offshore wind, for example, which typically has better wind resources the further you go offshore. Which means the electrical infrastructure can be much simpler and much cheaper. A substation can be on land, for example. Then we have hybrid installations, so offshore solar with offshore wind, for example, where you can use the same grid infrastructure. And of course, a lot of the same policies which are developed for offshore wind can potentially also be used for offshore solar. And finally, and I think that's actually the markets where the most commercial traction is at the moment, is the offshore microgrids, which is, among others, the provision of offshore solar to, for instance, resorts, which want to decarbonize or use very expensive diesel generation. But actually what you also see is the oil and gas industry themselves. They want to decarbonize, but of course also save cost. And they currently have quite expensive generation facilities or grid infrastructure to power their, for instance, their offshore assets. So just one slide about what we do then. So basically what we develop is offshore solar technology, and maybe some of you have seen the picture on the background. So what we do is develop triangular platforms which can be connected together to form a big plant. And why triangles, you could say? Well, triangles is a very efficient shape in general, but triangles are the only shape which can move in multiple directions, in 3 directions, opposed to rectangles. So we are well able to follow the waves. The advantage of triangles also is that the sides of a triangle, when they move with respect to each other, they don't vertically move with respect to each other. So basically in waves, you can still easily walk between platforms. So what we see, especially from the history of the oil and gas market, but also offshore wind, is that safety is critical offshore. So it's very important to have basically a ways for crew to walk around the plant without coming into contact with the seawater. So yeah, that's why you can see the walkways on top of the platforms. So basically, this platform is very reliable, robust. The mooring is only performed on the outer edges, so there's no mooring lines intermediately. The platforms basically, all the components can be shipped in container to an assembly site on the shore. Then the assembly takes place. The platforms are put in the water, connected together, and indeed, similar to the previous speaker, also towed towards the location. Which means the installation works offshore are very minimal. So you have to do some anchoring, installation, but for the rest, actually most of the work is done at the quayside or in the port. Yeah, I already explained a bit about the efficient O&M, so it's really important to couple platforms. This also saves in, for instance, the dynamic cable cost. So you have to make an electrical connection to your moving platform to the shore or to a wind turbine. And those cables are typically not so cheap, so the less you can use, the better. And what's also, of course, very important is minimal environmental impact. If we are going to do this at large scale, then we are going to cover some area at least. And you want to make sure that you don't block the entire sunlight to the water surface, but also that you don't influence the oxygen interaction with the water too much. And all this combined, of course, yeah, the most important in the renewable energy industry is, of course, LCOE, so levelized cost of electricity. If it's not economically competitive, you don't have a solution, basically. And what is good to note is that Solartech is, at the moment, the only company which has a prototype certificate for the technology. And actually, we also received insurance for our first plant on the Dutch North Sea. So some of the basics. So this is a plant we installed on the Dutch North Sea. Basically, it's 6 couple platforms just to show the principles of the couplings, of the basically the entire operational life cycle. So how to maintain, how to approach, how to replace components, but also, of course, measure and validate the performance. Yeah, so basically it's installed in the Dutch North Sea. As you may know, it's a very severe environment. Actually, I think it looks quite similar to Taiwan Strait. So the maximum significant wave height this was designed for is 6 meters significant, so that's about 12 meters maximum wave height. And actually, we had our first summer storm. I'm not sure how many hydrodynamicists are in the room here, but the steepness of the waves is very high in the North Sea. So the waves are very short and high because of the shallow water. And this makes it especially severe. And so the summer storm, we survived a maximum wave of 7 meters. And while this is quite far from the maximum wave height this system was designed for, it was one of the steepest waves we could encounter. And in that way, we actually had about 90% of the load cases we had for which you can encounter in the North Sea. Yeah, and of course, we collaborate also with the research institute and universities to make sure that we get all the validated data. So, as a company, where do we want to go? I think everybody wants to go the same direction, and that's scale, because the solar industry showed that scale reduces cost. So we have a first pilot in the Netherlands in 2021. It was only on freshwater, but there we basically showed the principles of triangular connected platforms. So this year we actually launched 2 projects, one in Tokyo, just a single platform as a project together with a local real estate company and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and of course our 0.5 megawatt demonstrator. Now we're actually also working on many more other projects across the globe, but one of the projects we're specifically working on is in Malaysia for island diesel decarbonization with the local utility, the Tenaga Nasional Berhad, on a project there. And we're also, of course, working with our partner ITRI on a hybrid offshore wind farm project in the Dutch North Sea. But in the end, we want to go to, of course, gigawatt scale, because if we want to make a dent in the renewable energy goals, then yeah, we have to go there, basically. So, of course, I will elaborate a bit more, but the scale you need to show something on commercial scale is actually much smaller than, for instance, the offshore wind industry needs. So, I will not go into the various OFPV technologies, but I just want to show what the status of the market is today. So actually, I just put some logos here, but there are currently 18 to 20 companies operating in the offshore solar space, but each of them with their different niche applications. So we see indeed, of course, a distinction in wave height, so low waves versus high waves. Inland water solutions, like you may know, on lakes and ponds, they typically go to like a 1 meter wave, maybe with wave breakers to 2 meter waves, but not much more. But indeed, yeah, if you go to North Sea or the Taiwan Strait, you have to go to 14, 16 meters of waves, and that's an entirely different market segment. Then we see indeed like commercial scale applications, like 1, 2 megawatts, versus utility scale, which basically is hundreds of megawatts, requires a completely different design philosophy. And we indeed see complementary versus standalone. So if you power some directly to the grid or you power in a hybrid offshore wind farm, will require completely different requirements. And I already showed some of the segments here, but indeed fish farming, standalone diesel replacement are some of the markets explored. I think diesel replacement is probably the most cost competitive on the near term, just because diesel generation is so expensive. But fish farming indeed, yeah, typically also I think relies on diesel generation, so that's an interesting application. But there are actually many different segments which are interesting here, and sub-segments. So just the stage, to set the stage in the differences between offshore wind and offshore solar, I think is interesting to look. There is a lot of complementary, as I will also explain a bit about, but there's also a lot of differences. And as you may know, that offshore wind has had actually a lot of problems and still has a lot of problems in scaling up. So especially floating offshore wind, everything is huge, everything is expensive, everything needs a lot of development, a lot of planning. And there comes offshore solar, which is the complete opposite because it basically is more derived from the solar industry than the wind industry. So everything is very scalable. So in case our platforms, they're 100 kilowatt each. Of course, opposed to offshore wind turbine nowadays, 15 megawatts is 150 times more. So there you have already a huge scale available. So installation ships, we use standard tugs. Actually, the video of the presenter of the last movie showed really well what kind of ships are required. It's standard tugs which are already available, no new equipment required. Also, demonstration sites. We don't need to demonstrate a 15 megawatt wind turbine. No, we can demonstrate 1 megawatt, and that's probably already sufficient to show that there's a case for 1 gigawatt plans. So it's an entirely different game with entirely different and lower cost. And of course, it's supported by land-based PV developments, which is basically now well, nearing $1 trillion industry. Very short assembly times. Basically, we're talking weeks and months instead of years. And yeah, we can be close to shore. So we don't need substations offshore normally. Of course, hybrid was already explained, so I'll keep it a bit short about there. Yeah, basically shared grid infrastructure and complementary production profile are some of the key benefits there. But it's interesting, the Dutch government looked, for instance, at hybridizing with other renewables, but other renewables like wind, like waves, sorry, are not complementary to wind because they actually get higher output with higher wind speed. So basically the Dutch government saw the most promise in solar because those are actually more complementary than other renewables. So some of the developments in the market, let's go strictly to it, but Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Greece, Japan, Indonesia, basically different countries have different stages of development, but yeah, these are countries which are all interested. Yeah, Italy, for example, is the market with most of the offshore solar developments in offshore products in development. I think several projects of more than 100 megawatts offshore solar combined with typically bottom fixed wind or floating wind are in development. But also Malta recently launched a market consultation for 50 megawatts of offshore solar. So just some interesting insights in how the Dutch government approaches offshore solar. So basically the Dutch use the offshore wind auctions to push the developers to integrate offshore solar in their plans. So basically they award points for including offshore solar. And this basically has a lot of benefits for the Dutch government because basically they don't have to subsidize offshore solar in that way because offshore wind is subsidy free. So any other cost that the developer has to bear basically costs in the subsidy free cost. So basically there are 3 projects where offshore solar is now implemented. 0.5 megawatt in the HKN project, Hollandse Kust North. This wind farm is already operational, but the offshore solar part was won by Ocean of Energy, another Dutch company who are developing platform-based technology. Then 5 megawatts released in the following tender, actually. That's the one which RWE won, and we participated together with RWE, so we're working on that one. And the last auction won this year is won by Vattenfall together with CIP, and that actually contains 50 megawatts of offshore floating solar. So you see the trend is basically exponentially increasing. Offshore floating solar every year without having any basically difficulties for the Dutch government to spend on subsidies. But there are some challenges recently. Offshore solar is becoming more expensive due to inflation, which actually puts pressure on the OFPV commitments because the #1 goal of governments, I think probably the Taiwanese government as well, is to keep offshore wind competitive because that's required for the decarbonization rollout in the near term. So the required commitments from developers are not so high. Basically, the scaling is rapid, but of course, when you go bigger to 500 megawatts of offshore solar or even more, then integration becomes a real challenge, and adaptations to the wind farm are definitely required to have an optimal hybrid solution. And we see a lot of single technology bets, which I think is not so beneficial for the industry as a whole, because the offshore solar industry is still in its quite early stages. Yeah, I'll skip this one due to time, but basically what we see is there's not so many players in the high wave segment. So we see only a handful of players who can survive this kind of environments, like HS, what we say is 6 meters or up. So just 1 or 2 slides about Taiwan before finishing up. So Taiwan, I think, is very interesting for offshore solar. First of all, because actually the solar resources in Taiwan are highest offshore. So of course, Taiwan is a big mountain basically, but that attracts clouds or generates clouds. So that means on the water, there's actually more output. And of course, it's more easy to generate scale. And finally, yeah, the big challenge for Taiwan is, of course, waves. I think this is a picture of satellite data from 23-year maximum significant wave height. But yeah, I think you can't find any place below HS is 6 meters, maybe very near shore. Those are the exceptions. But if you want a large-scale rollout, you will need technologies which basically can handle, well, the maximum 12 meter, 14 meter, or even higher waves, which makes it definitely a challenge. But I think there will be technologies will be able to be competitive in that area. Maybe not in the 1 or 2 years time frame, but more 5 years from now. I think we definitely see technologies like the one for us to be able to compete in that field. So that's what I would like to leave it at for now, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion later to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Olaf de Swart, for your valuable sharing. Thank you once again. Please return to your seat. The development and application of PV are of great significance and can bring huge changes to the global energy pattern. However, we must fully recognize the challenges that will be faced in realizing these opportunities. Governments and industry and academia will need to work together to achieve the sustainable development of solar energy and provide clean and reliable solutions for our future. In the process of the integration of PV in different fields, how to think about promoting sustainability and net zero, and what should governments and enterprises do to integrate the international standards. And now we will begin the panel discussion, and now may allow me to invite our panelists to come up to the stage. Now, let us welcome Dr. Shogo Ishizuka, Deputy Director, GZR AIST Japan. Please come on to the stage. And also Mr. Olaf de Swart, Head of BD Apex Solar Duck KK Dutch. Please come on to the stage and take the seat. And Dr. Zhang Jianleren, Deputy General Director, ITRI. Mr. Edward Xie, Chairman, HD Renewable Energy. And Ms. Doris Dong, Special Assistant, Sunrise CNT Corporation. And welcome our moderator, James Wang, Vice President and General Director, GEL-ITRI. 让我们有请我们以上几位讲者贵宾啊，让我们将麦克风交给我们的主持人王所长。
I have to say thank you for all the guests delivered a very, very good talk this morning, sharing what they have learned and the progress to us, particularly in the PV, both in technology and application here. I know we have only 20 minutes left for lunch, and we also have a very intensive discussion in the afternoon, so I'm trying to keep the time punctual to let this section be ended by 12:40 here. So to begin with, actually, I think we have a lot of in common through the talk in Taiwan, in Dutch, in Japan. We are a small country. Well, Taiwan is the smallest country and heavily relies on the energy resource from outside here. And the land is limited. So to increase the renewable energy, we had to squeeze every possibility in Taiwan or in other country here. So from the talk that has been given, so we hear a lot of activities, either in the technology development or how can you squeeze the possibility to deliver solar energy in that area. So there's a lot of lesson learned. And what I'm going to do in this section here is, I may ask one question first, and I leave the floor to the question they may be raised by the audience, which may be very informative or maybe a new opportunity for all of us to learn or to collaborate. So I think I will squeeze my question to all the panelists into one. First, what is the biggest challenges you have ever encountered? If I say only one, what's the biggest challenge you had encountered and the lesson learned and the resolution that you address the challenge here? So this is what we can learn from you. And the second part of the big question is, since there are other partners here in other domain, although they are all in the solar, but there are other expertise, other domain sitting here, what is the, say, question, or what is the area you would like to ask the other partner to collaborate or to help you in your business here? So the first question is for us to learn from you. How do you encounter the challenges and how you learn? And the second part of the question is what you anticipate all the others to help you or to collaborate with you. So let's take this question as a quick round for the panelists, and then I leave the open question to the audience here. So I start from Zhang Jie.
Yes, I think the most challenging things is how to apply efficiently the PV. I think the evolution of the efficiency of the PV has a great advancement in these years. So far, we are still in the learning curve to how to apply the PV into our land or in other applications. Let me give you a brief explanation in Chinese. 我们现在在做这个 PV 的这个应用里面，我觉得最重要的一点是，我们怎么样去善加利用 PV， 把它应用在不同层面的应用上。我们会发现，在装置太阳能的情况已经到了一个瓶颈，也就是说，我们有限的土地还有环境的因素，都会限制了我们 PV 的发展。但是，我觉得我们该更进一步的去有效的运用 PV， 需要用我们的创意来处理。所以，为什么我们今天的 panelists 会有很多不同的应用，比如说是渔电共生、农电共生，或是甚至把它推向海洋，这才是我们能够做到 PV 最大的一个应用。在技术层面上，我们看到 AIST 它可以把很多不同材质的东西，把它应用在把 PV 的这一个 efficiency 再把它提升。我们需要有这样的一个机会，从不同的角度，从材料 从学界、从研究单位引进最新的技术，再透过技术层面的发展，把这样的技术把它做到量产。那这是我们必经的一条路。我相信，如果由这样的一个技术来提升我们的太阳能，我相信会有一个更好的一个发展。谢谢。
Thank you very much. Dr. Zhang Jian is the Deputy General Director of GL, also a professor. So he's experienced that there is a lot of technology, deep technology had to develop here. Okay, thank you. I go to, the question goes to Doris. So what your lesson learned and what's your anticipation for collaboration?
我们这边主要其实大概就是刚刚有提到，其实我们的所谓的离岸太阳能，在我们公司这边，我们是都已经完成了一个实验室，包括水工模拟，那包括一个风洞测试。那但是最重要的就是说，其实还是要往实场验证去走。那至于实场验证过后，其实我们比较大的难题，如果说在整个技术上都克服之后，现在目前可能以台湾来讲，会是政策面。就是政策什么时候可以真的有一个比较完善的制定，包括并网的法规，那包括针对一些可能离岸太阳能使用材料的标准，因为毕竟离岸太阳能还是一个技术性比较高、技术门槛较高的产业，那所以说可能还是会有一些标准需要去做一个制定。那这样子的话，可能在看后续的整体推动上，是不是可以比较加快这个速度去完成这个相关的建制，这样子。
Thank you very much. So the question goes to the next, Shogo-san from ASD.
As you know, the land area of Japan is relatively small when compared to the population. So nowadays, it becomes very difficult to install new mega solar system in Japan. And for these years, we often find sub-mega solar type facility in the mountainous area after destroying forest. So I think it's quite nonsense to install renewable energies and after destroying nature. So it's quite unfortunate matter. So I think it's necessary to develop new types of photovoltaic devices that is, as I mentioned in my talk, different from conventional crystalline silicon technologies, such as not only perovskite, but also using a wide variety of materials, compound thin film materials. We can fabricate thin film type, very lightweight and flexible type of photovoltaic solar cell modules that can be installed on the rooftop where the weight restriction is severe, and also on the vehicles as well. So I should not hear that. For these years, we can find a new type of crystalline silicon technology that's also bendable and flexible, but still it's based on the wafer-based technology. We are worried about the cracking issue during the use of this type of modules. For example, cracking with vibration on the rooftop of the car, vehicles, and so on. But plastic film substrate or metal foil substrate-based thin film technologies, perovskite or other compound thin film materials such as CIGS, we don't have to worry about the problem of cracking. So we can expect far more better reliability and stability. So I think it's important to develop new types of PV devices that can be installed into such kind of a wider variety of places.
Thank you very much. And I think there's a great combination of panels. Some of them are really focused on advanced technology development and some will go to the application. So the next, the question will go to Olaf, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think actually the speaker from Sunrise elaborated already quite some important points. So how to connect to the grid, policy development and standards are of course all critical for rolling out technology. If we look specifically at offshore solar technology, we see two main challenges. Of course, we have to solve the technology and get it certified. But we see one of the things is challenging in high wave environments is the footprint of the mooring system itself. So the mooring lines are quite long currently, and it's required to allow basically flexibility in the system to reduce the loads on the total system. So this is something where we definitely would like to cooperate. And also for the electrical cable, the connection between the floating platform, in the end it has to go to a fixed foundation somewhere. And this actually for deep water, for floating offshore wind, there are some solutions. But for offshore floating solar, which is typically a bit more shallow water, like 20 meters or 30 meters, there's no commercial off-the-shelf solutions available for a dynamic cable. So that's another area we think that's going to be quite critical. And of course, also in the offshore solar market, the market development itself is quite open. So are we going to an auction-based system? Are we going to that developers arrange their own sites? What kind of system are we going to? Is the government going to allow hybrid use in offshore wind farms, or are the fisheries there probably have a big influence? So yeah, how is that going to look like in the future? I think in the Netherlands now they're working on the new offshore wind auctions, where they actually, it's quite interesting, the hybrid offshore, so the offshore wind farms are basically fisheries, aquaculture, offshore solar, offshore wind, and sail routes in one. So you can imagine the challenge to combine that all in the same areas. So that's it for my.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm really impressed by the video. I mean, Kalasumi is very nice for most of us. Okay.
Thank you. So as General Director Wang said earlier, land scarcity is a big issue for Taiwan and has been a major issue for a company in Taiwan as well as project developers. Our first project in Tainan, we had to consolidate over 300 landowners, and we actually had to buy the land, spend a lot of money buying the land. But fortunately, we've done that. It took us over 3 years, including the environmental audits and everything. So definitely some deregulation might help. But fortunately, we've secured enough land. We've actually secured around 1.5 gigawatts of pipeline in Taiwan. So it'll take us a few years to finish building those solar farms. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Last month, I attended APEC meeting in Peru. And at that place, I present a video of the case study, not just a case, a real case, is aquavoltaic. And it received a very high appreciation and attention from all the APEC members here. So I'm very comfortable to see more cases, learn a lot of new cases in Taiwan. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to be shared and to develop with other area here, other country here. So I would like to keep the panelists here to accept question from you, because they have a lot to talk. I mean, there's never enough time for everyone to talk what they have learned or what they are going to do in the future. But you can ask the question later on in the break or in the lunchtime. But I'd like to open this opportunity to all the audience. If there is any question to ask or any possibility area you'd like to collaborate with anyone of the panelists. Anyone have a question? Please raise your hand.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andy Xuan. I'm representing the semi-PV committee with many of our member companies. I myself is also representing one of the leading solar manufacturing companies in Taiwan, making solar panels. So obviously, this is a long-lasting industry and business. And right now, our solar panel actually gives the warranty of 30 years, not the 20 years, not the 25 years, 30 years. So the question is twofold. Right now, all this offshore floating PV system, what's your lifetime, what you design into? I mean, 20, 30 years, so that's number one. Number two, one common challenge for everyone, including our solar panel. So how do you recycle or decommission your solar project after 30 years? So my second question is that after 30 years, how do you decommission or recycle all the material floating on the ocean, on the sea? And that would be quite an environmental challenge for everyone. So 2 questions.
Right. You have 2 questions. One is the lifetime or design or the expected lifetime of offshore solar and the recyclability, particularly in the offshore. So perhaps as you ask this question for Odak, you have some experience in that area?
Yeah, so for design life, we have the offshore wind market as a benchmark. So basically design life, we aim for also 30 years, which is probably going to be quite challenging for solar modules, but I think the manufacturers can come up with some good solutions. And I see the first offshore solar modules already come to the market. So I do expect, of course, there's some iteration required here and there, but yeah, I think that will be possible. For the decom, I think it's, for Sunrise and I think it's actually both quite straightforward. So our platforms are made from marine grade aluminum. So basically you can, the same way you tow it to the offshore side, you can tow it back and basically cut it into pieces and remelt the aluminum and basically make new components of it. So it doesn't, it corrodes, but it forms an oxide layer on the surface. So it's basically, well, we don't have any problems with corrosion. And actually even the anchors can be removed after the lifetime. So I think decommissioning is possible and actually not too complex, I would say. But maybe Ms. Tang wants to add something there.
Any other panelists to have?
不好意思，我还是讲我习惯的语言。对，那其实我们的部分，因为在离岸光电的设计，其实刚刚有谈到，因为我们的载台是使用 HDPE， 它本身其实在欧美就是一个环保性的材料。那所以说呢，回收是100%可以回收，这个对环境是相对友善的。那我们支架的部分，其实刚刚有提到的，就是说，在我们的446，它是一个最新开发的不锈钢，那它为的其实就是刚刚提到的耐湿性。那我们刚刚有提到，它其实目前，其实我们实际上是通过12000小时烟雾测试，那这个测试目前还在继续当中。那我们刚刚其实我简报说是提15000，但其实我们最终目标是要走到20000小时的烟雾测试，这个部分才是真正在海上可能有一个耐湿性的一个可以达到这个耐湿性。那模组的部分，其实大家都有一个共同的点，就是模组到底要怎么样去可以承受这个耐候，还有这个耐湿。那目前，因为其实工研院也给了我们很多技术性的一些相关的研讨，这样子。那这个部分，我们目前相信模组制造商其实已经，他们也逐步的有开始在针对这个方面去做一些开发。对，那除役过后呢，其实就像我们讲的，我们主要的组成是不锈钢跟浮台 的 HDPE， 所以 PE 100%可以回收，那不锈钢其实是一样的。那其实至于模组的部分，其实就是跟我们现在所有的太阳能，因为其实现在像台湾政府有一个回收机制，那其实这个都是相同的。那至于其他的锚定，还有一些缆绳那些，其实就像刚刚 Solada 讲，那个其实都不是一个太困难的一个回收这样子，对。
Okay. I think these panelists are really has real application cases. So I hope this answer will be helpful. I don't think there is any existing offshore solar has been over 30 years now. No. Okay. So these are just design criteria. So sorry, the second question goes to Zheng Mingsan.
Yeah, just a very quick question that goes to Chairman Edward Xie. I'm very interested by your video that's showcasing your fishery achievement. But I'm very curious. It seems like you have a subsidiary company called Star Aquaculture, right? And you are a high-tech renewable company. So what's the reason behind your decision, to start a company like that? And how, what is their business model? I don't think the profit from fishery would be a major decision factor. I don't think so. So what is the business model? How do they work with local farmers, local fishery owners? How do they do their jobs locally? Yeah, that's great. My question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So as I mentioned earlier, our first aquavoltaic solar farm was in Tainan Qigu. And in order to get the proper licensing, everything, we figured that we had to start our own aquaculture company. We had to own our own land. So we bought the land. We have our own aquaculture company. And so this made the regulations a lot easier and the permits a lot easier to get. And with respect to the business model, what we wanted to do was to actually upgrade Taiwan's aquaculture environment. So this is only phase one of our investment. We spent over 200 million NT for our infrastructure improvements. And for the next phase, phase two of the project, we're going to spend a lot more developing facilities to raise white shrimp. I hope that answered your question, or would you?
Yeah, for business model, actually, is that company the Star Aquaculture? Do they own their own fishery farms, or do they rent the farms? Or, what is the business model? How do they operate in Taiwan? Yeah.
So the fisheries, we actually own the land. So Hongde owns the land, and Xinyuan Yuye rents the land from us. And of course, first priority is to outsource to locals to do the fishery. But if they can't do it, then we'll take over and we'll do all the fishing management.
So the domain expertise is still the fisherman. It is. So there's another person have a question there?
I 问的问题是我有在离岸风电杂志里面有看到说，离岸风电其实可以就是加装滤清的，等于是制造能力。我们目前台湾的离岸风电有往这个方向走吗？我比较好奇的是这个。
Okay, well, the question is about, actually it's not photovoltaic, it's about offshore wind power to generate green hydrogen. So let me try to do the answer here. There is not a policy or a business case yet. Yes. So I think most of the country are, particularly in Taiwan, are in the early stage to expand renewable energy, offshore wind power farm now. So we are not getting into the stage that we will build, let's say, the offshore hydrogen generation site at this moment. But in the end, in the future, maybe yes, but not now. Okay, thank you. Any other question before lunch? No, as I said, I still try to keep the schedule, although I'm 7 minutes late as 12:40. So maybe just one last word from all the panelists. What do you expect? We are all going trying to have more renewable, more solar from every possible way, and we are talking about a lot of offshore wind possibility. And just one last, say, anticipation from all the panelists that what do you anticipate most for the Taiwan industry or the organization to contribute in this area? What do you anticipate most? Start with.
I think we face a lot of the challenges, but challenges has the opportunities. So in Taiwan, I think the most important thing is to give your creativity, to boost up your ability for the application of the renewables, and then cooperate with all the partners. I think the future is bright. Thank you.
Doris?
其实应该说，台湾是一个非常好的一个练兵的场所，因为包括整体的气候，还有整体的，像我们提到刚刚离岸太阳能的一个海象、一个海浪的部分，那就是说，如果可以的话，其实就是希望所有这些技术的伙伴可以共同结合在一起，那为大家找出一个比较好的一个新能源的一个解方，尤其是针对离岸太阳能这一块。对。
Thank you, Doris. 修国さん。
Yes, we ASD is working on PV technology R&D using the budget as a national product. So the direction is quite very strongly affected by the direction of the Japan government. So now most budget are concentrated in the R&D of perovskite technology. So I want to say not only for Japanese government but also the international trend, not only perovskite but also we have to look at the other aspect of PV technologies as well.
Thank you very much. Olaf?
No, I think, Doris mentioned it well. I think testing is one, but I think since Taiwan is one of the leading countries of offshore wind in the Asia Pacific, I think Taiwan can definitely also play a role there for offshore solar. Because indeed, policy, like mentioned, is one of the critical bottlenecks. So if indeed the government is willing to move fast, then the industry can also move fast, and you can also create an industry from that. Like, well, just very small. Like the Netherlands used to be a leading field, a leading country in R&D in solar and wind, and that brought some of the companies where we have now. And we are not a panel manufacturer and not a wind turbine manufacturer, but we still have some solid companies who grow from that initial industry support.
Thank you, Edward.
Well, with all this offshore wind and solar coming online, I think batteries is the next step. So we've actually been acquiring a lot of battery energy storage projects. In Taiwan, we're still buying and acquiring projects, and we're definitely long on batteries.
Well, thank you very much for all the panelists' contribution. And again, as a host of this forum, and each play a role for technology development, but has to be commercialized. So we are positioning in the role between academia and industry with the support from the government sector. We have very close communication with the government sector, particularly the energy administration. So with all your contribution and the suggestion or asking, we'll work together to see, to develop a potential, the way or new regulation or new application possibility to have a better future. Once again, thank you very much for all your participation and the talk from the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you for our panelists and our moderator. 谢谢我们台上的贵宾，我们起身往前一步，一起合影哦。Let us have a group photo once again. Please one step forward to the center of the stage. 让我们一起看一下我们前方的摄影哦。Shall we? Let's have a group photo together. So one more time, many thanks to Dr. Wang and our panelists for a wonderful discussion. Please show the badge. Thank you. Okay, so please look forward to our photographer. 好，让我们看一下我们前方的摄影，为我们这个阶段的焦点对谈留下美好的画面哦。好 ，give us a big smile and please give us a thumb up gesture. 让我们一起竖起我们的大拇指。Thank you. 好 ，hold on a minute. For a while. Once again, a thumb up gesture. 再一次帮我们竖起我们的大拇指，谢谢董事长。谢谢 ，Thank you, thank you very much for our panelists and our moderator. 谢谢我们台上的讲者、贵宾，还有我们的主持人。我们请入座 ，Please return to your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the morning session of 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo. 以上就是我们今天上午场的论坛哦。So there are a few more information for everyone. Guests in the front seat, please toward to the left side. If you walk out this conference hall, please turn left and follow our staff. Will lead you to the VIP room for lunch. 我们的前排贵宾哦，在离场的时候请左转，我们的工作人员会协助指引您到我们的VIP 试用餐哦。谢谢我们的今天的与会讲者。And rest of our guests， 我们接下来在座的各位来宾哦，非常谢谢大家今天的出席。So there is if you go outside and turn right. Right-hand side, there's a buffet prepared for everyone for lunch, and you can use the meeting room next by for lunch. 在我们的场内是禁止饮食的，所以在我们出这个会议厅之后呢，右转我们会有一个用餐的地区。那如果您有需要入座的话，在我们隔壁的会议室是可以开放用餐的。So please, allow me to remind you, food and drinks is prohibited in the conference hall here. So if you need to use your lunch, please use the next meeting room. And also in the afternoon session, there will be a Shaolin Green Energy Technology Demonstration site guide tour. There will be 2 shifts. English guide tour will be at 1:40 and Chinese guide tour will be at 3 o'clock. So please arrive the meeting before 5 minutes before. And the meeting point is in front of the TV screen on the first floor. 在下午的论坛进行当中，我们会有这个沙伦绿能科技示范场域的这个展览哦。那我们1点40分的场次是英文，3点钟的是中文。所以如果您有报名这个场次导览的场次的话，请在5分钟前在我们1楼的这个电视墙外面的电视墙集合。So please be sure on time. And thank you. We're looking forward to see you on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 让我们下午2点钟接续我们今天的议程。谢谢。
测试测试测试。测试测试 ，Hello，哟呼！Hello。
现场的各位贵宾，如果您有报名我们沙仑绿能科技示范场域展览的来宾，我们的英文场次是1点40分，已经准备开始，所以欢迎您到我们1楼这个电视墙前面集合哦。So, ladies and gentlemen, the Shaolin Green Energy Technology Demonstration Site Guide Tour is started at 1:40 for the English guide tour. So, may I invite you to the meeting point in front of the TV screen outside the first floor. 让我邀请您呢前往我们电视墙前面集合哦，我们要进行这个1点40分梯次的英文导览，谢谢。 Our distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo. And the forum is about to begin, so please return to your seat and also switch your mobile phone into vibration mode. And may I remind you, food is not allowed in the conference hall. Thank you. 现场的各位贵宾，我们再过几分钟要开始我们下半场的议程啊，所以恳请各位贵宾尽速的入座。那也请将手机调整成为震动或者是静音的模式。谢谢您的配合。Okay, our distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo. The first keynote speech will be perovskite X-ray detection technology. Comprehensive review of advance in perovskite materials for direct and indirect X-ray detectors. In addition, the Green Energy and Environmental Research Laboratories development in perovskite X-ray detection technology will be introduced, as well as the achievement of realizing the first commercial-scale perovskite X-ray flat panel detector in Taiwan. So now let us welcome Dr. Huang Guowei, Deputy Technical Manager of ITRI, to share with us. Please come on to the stage. 让我们有请黄国伟，我们的技术副理，有请。
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Guowei Huang. You can call me Spencer. And today I will share with you is about some interesting application about the perovskite material. I think you already know the perovskite solar cell, but the perovskite is an alternative material you can use at a very different application. And today I will show you the application is focused on the X-ray detector technology. Okay. Okay, and this is my outline. I will report with you, including the 4 parts. First, I will introduce the perovskite, and then it's focused on the X-ray image, what we do and how we do. And then the third part is the simulator. Okay, simulator is the unique material code. It can change the X-ray to the visible light. Okay, and then the fourth part is the summary. Okay, we start. Perovskite. This is some material structure name about this, like this. As we usually know, is the AB star 3, and this is a halide perovskite structure. And there are many kinds of application at the perovskite material, including the solar cell, of course, and LED, and laser, and so on. And in our team is focus the photon detector. There are many kinds of the light we can detect it, including the UV visible, and near IR, and so on. and of course, including the X-ray and gamma ray and so on. And there are some another interesting topic we just researched now is the pneumatic device. It can provide a low consumption energy solution at the AI computing device. Okay, and today we just to introduce you about the X-ray detector. And here I show you it's about the pattern. Because the pattern is linking to the market, is alive or not alive? Yeah, of course. And here I will show you there are some interesting area about material perovskite. It's already public right now in these 10 years. It's including the semiconductor photo detector. Yeah, a photo detector is the most important two things in this material, in this area. And then we have some display and LED and so on. And there are 55% of the worldwide field is the result granted is still alive. So we noticed there are a lot of unique materials application about perovskite is still to research and study very hard. And here, I will talk about how we use perovskite material and to show the X-ray image. And first, we will to introduce with you the marketing at the X-ray inception. There are some we usually use. We usually heard about the X-ray at the medical application, but there are some unique applications still grows very hardly, including the industrial and emerging space, and even there are some testing or inception application at the semiconductor because there are some CoWoS and FOPLP package is usually use the X-ray inception right now. And here, I will introduce you about the mechanism, how it works. Okay, there are two functions about the perovskite, how to detect the high energy. Okay, here I will show you is the X-ray. There are two mechanisms. The first one is we will solve the X-ray and turn to the electron carrier. And the TFT array can catch the carrier to transfer to the 2D image. But here, and the most product is use this mechanism. We use perovskite, and here we call a simulator. You use the perovskite to transfer the X-ray to the visible light. And then the TFT array can catch the visible light to the signal and then transfer to the 2D image. And here there are some way to show how we use material to combine with the TFT array. And here I will introduce you with the list mechanism. We use the perovskite QD material to be a simulator and to transfer X-ray to the visible light, and you can catch the visible light by the silicon and then transfer to the TFT array, and we can get a digital signal. And here is the supply chain about this X-ray flat panel detector, and there are some factory or company in Taiwan or in, of course, Japan. They are very interested and already have some patent at a perovskite simulator. Okay, including this LG, Mitsubishi, and Hamamatsu, and so on. And in Taiwan, there are some panel factory already focused on this application, including the Innolux, AUO, and so on. And there are some module factory, just I show you, they also have some patent and some research at the perovskite simulator. And this is the structure, how the perovskite simulator combined with the TFT array. Here, maybe we can show the analysis, for example, the iPhone or so on, PCB or, yeah. And X-ray transfer by the simulator to the visible light, and the TFT array can catch the signal and can to catch the 2D image. An X-ray source is a very short wavelength in the visible in the total light, and including the different energy. They will separate the X-ray to the soft and the hard one. The soft one is used as a medical application, and the hard ray is used as the industrial and some semiconductor and so on. They use they should use the harder or faster X-ray to get their image. Okay. And now we will introduce the rotational image. Why this is so important? Because if you use the rotational image, we can catch the image directly and clearly. Okay, this is much important for the doctor and some engineering in the factory to identify this is where the product is work or failed. And here is some report about in the X-ray panel detector business report. It was just mentioned it. Perovskite QD will allow the flexible X-ray detector with high sensitivity. So it will be the future in this area. Now we will focus the simulator, how perovskite used. There are many kinds of material have been studied in this area, in the simulator. And how we choose the good simulator. You should be a densest one and bright one, fast. The most important thing is that it should be scalable, scale up, okay? This is the most important item to focus in the panel factory. And now, there are many kinds of synthesis to synthesize this material, of course. And in ITRI, our team, we will choose the precipitation method to synthesize our perovskite because it is simpler and unique and faster. This is very important to transfer to the factory. And this is some item and process we already achieved it. We can fabricate a 50-50 centimeter square fin by a perovskite simulator. Very uniform and already used by some panel factory in Taiwan. And this, of course, is very flexible. And we can adjust different wavelength based on our customer they want. And we also have some great resolution. That is called an MTF value. Yeah. And then some stability, maybe you just talking about a lot in the perovskite material. And we already achieved it. The 50-degree, 85% humidity over 1,000 hours is stable. Okay. And then we cooperate with another team to develop the pixelate perovskite fin. If pixelate could help us to get much more sensitivity and resolution. And we also have some pattern to approve our technology. And here, I will just show you, we use our perovskite fin as a simulator to get a 2D image. We put some sample from between the X-ray and our perovskite simulator fin. And we catch the image behind that. And this this image is under the 100 kVp X-ray tube exposed, and we can get detailed line in this IC device. So we can use to figure out this IC device is fail or is okay to the in the factory, and the sensitivity is achieved 5.0 LP per N. This is level is already achieved the flat panel factory they want. Oh, okay. Here I just mentioned that this is the first perovskite flat panel detector in Taiwan, and maybe we think is the first one in the world because we cooperate with the Innolux, the company, to develop it. This is our perovskite fin. This is very uniform, I think, and they package it to the open cell, including bending the Sun IC driver, and we catch the X-ray 2D image. This is the PCB of by the computer, and this is the image is catched by this panel. So we already achieved to catch the image by this product. Of course, we have some patent and a lot of some SCI paper to protect it. And we also have to mention and notice about the benchmark. Yeah, this is the benchmark is our simulator. We compete with some commercial material, including the Innolux, their CSI material, and some material like GOS that come from the Mitsubishi chemicals. Perovskite shows very high and environmental temperature stability, and we use the process temperature is very low. It's almost the room temperature, 30 degree. And we think this is very low cost, and we have choose low carbon emission technology. And of course, this is the very rapid response for dynamic detection because the detect time is very low. And we also combine with the TFT panel to improve the resolution. And the resolution is achieved 38%. It's very good, it's better than another two material. And also with the very good flexible. Okay, in summary, we just introduced with you some unique and very good perovskite material application at the X-ray detector. And we already product it with our flat panel factory company. Okay, the scale up and the uniform deposition, we already achieved the 50 centimeters square. And this will have a good and great resolution, and we have already better than the commercial material, CSI and GOS. And now, we're still working to improve the sensitivity. And we will show you about a curved perovskite X-ray detector, maybe at another conference. Okay, this is our team about the perovskite flow detector in our department. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your sharing, Dr. Huang, and please return to your seat. 谢谢，谢谢，我们请回座，谢谢。And how to use perovskite to make better X-ray detectors has become a major achievement in Taiwan. First commercial scale perovskite X-ray flat panel detector. And let us welcome Professor Lin Haowu from Tsinghua National University to share with us. 让我们掌声欢迎我们清华大学的林浩武教授。
Hello everyone. I'm Hao Lin from National Tsinghua University, Department of Material Science and Engineering. First of all, I would like to thank ITRI, especially Director Wang, for the kind invitation. And here I would like to talk about the applications of halide perovskite, not limited to solar cell, but also X-ray, UV, and visible photo detection applications. So this is the outline of my talk. I will give you a short introduction of perovskite, and then I will show you two key technology developed in my lab. One is so-called vacuum deposit perovskite thin film and their devices. And then another key technology we deliver is so-called spray synthesized perovskite nanocrystal or perovskite quantum dot that can be utilized for visible and X-ray detection applications. And then I will give you a short conclusion. So as mentioned by the speakers, this morning and also the afternoon speakers, we already know that halide perovskite is a very important material, a new kind of a semiconductor that is not only important for solar energy conversion, but also it possesses many special properties that can be used as a different optoelectronic device. So this is the structure of this kind of new semiconductors. It consists of three parts. Cysteine, ABX3. The A side usually is a very small portion or small part of organic moieties like methyl ammonium or inorganic cation like cesium. And then the B side usually is lead, or now people talk about lead-free perovskite. We may be able to use tin or copper as a B side atom. And then the X side usually is halides like iodide, bromide, or chloride. The reason this kind of new semiconductor is very promising for solar light harvesting and also photon detection is because they are direct band gap. Okay, so the absorption coefficient of this kind of material is very high, 10 or even 100 times higher than silicon materials. And another very special properties of such semiconductors is that they possess a very high defect tolerance. We do not need to use a very pure materials, and we do not need to use very high temperature fabrication method and produce a thin film of perovskite with many defects, even though the materials process or thin film process many defects, but it still shows very high device performance. So with such kind of properties, we can use relatively low temperature to make high performance solar cell and photo detectors. So in my lab, we developed two patent protected technique. One is called vacuum deposition perovskite. Most of the laboratory and the industry now use a solution process to make perovskite thin film and devices. But in my lab, we use we believe is a large-scale capability vacuum deposit method to make perovskite thin film. And another key technology we developed is so-called spray synthesized perovskite quantum dots. Usually people use a droplet method to create perovskite nanocrystal. However, in my lab, we largely increased the reactive surface of the droplet and use a spray nano droplet or micro droplet to make a nano crystal that outperforms the current droplet product. So what's the disadvantage or problem for using solvent process to make a perovskite solar cell? As you may know, currently most efficient perovskite solar cell still depends on a process so-called anti-solvent treatment. So you need to drop a specific amount of anti-solvent at a specific moment to create a smooth but highly crystalline perovskite so that you can have a high device performance. However, you can see that this may be used in small area device, but we believe it is very difficult to create a large module solar cell panel using such kind of method. And another issue is that to make perovskite or their hole in the electron transporting layer using solution process, you need to use some very toxic solvent like DMF, DMSO, and some chloride-based solvent like chlorobenzene or dichlorobenzene. Those solvents are very toxic, so we have a serious toxicity problem. And to deal with such solvent, we also increase the process cost. And of course, for solution process, you have wettability and dissolution issues. So when you want to make a solution process device onto other device like a silicon panel to form a tandem cell, you encountered a lot of non-uniformity issues and the reproducibility issues. That won't happen in vacuum deposition method to make perovskite. Okay, so since 2014, we heavily investigated the method to using vacuum deposition to make perovskite. We developed a so-called sequential vacuum deposition to deposit lead halide precursor first, and then convert the lead halide thin film to perovskite with another chambered by evaporated methyl ammonium iodide. And you can see that by controlling the partial pressure of the methyl ammonium iodide gas, you can have a very uniform and highly crystalline perovskite thin film shown here. And the resulting device can be as high as 19 to 20% power conversion efficiency. And by the way, you can see because of vacuum deposition, we now can utilize some vacuum deposit hole in the electron transporting layer already developed for organic light emitting diode industry. And now we can direct using this kind of material to make a very high performance perovskite device without resulting another soluble organic materials to form hole in electron transporting layer. And we also developed a co-evaporation method to make inorganic perovskite halides and their device. And at that time, we show the highest power conversion efficiency device up to 13%. And the device can also used in dim light application, showing very high power conversion efficiency now approaching 40%. And not only dim light, but also one sun applications that we can have 20%. I'm sorry. Thank you. We demonstrate around 20% power conversion efficiency under one sun illumination with decent device stability and large area producibility. And we also implement such materials as X-ray detector. So there's two kinds of methods to convert X-ray to the electronic signals. One is called direct conversion. The device structure actually is quite similar to solar cell device, but since the materials possess very low X-ray absorption coefficient, so to use for X-ray detection, we need active layer thickness higher than 1 micrometer. Sometimes we need millimeter thick of the perovskite and from photovoltaic device to convert X-ray direct to the electronic signal. And another method to convert X-ray to the electronic signal is using quantum dot or near crystal to first convert X-ray to visible light, and then using CCD camera to convert this visible light image to the image we can read with our computer. So both methods can utilize the perovskite as direct absorption materials or light conversion materials. So in my lab, we developed direct conversion X-ray detector shown here. We are able to deposit micrometer size perovskite using vacuum deposition so that we can have a very good X-ray response, much better than the solution processed counterpart. And we show that the reason we have a good X-ray detection performance is due to the much higher electron and hole mobilities. So the device show very good detection limit down to 25 nanograde per second, and excellent response time and very good stability shown here. And here we have some image demonstration, and you can see that with vacuum deposition, we are able to deposit up to 12 centimeter by 12 centimeter thick film with very good thin film morphologies, mirror-like thin film like this. And we also make a large bandgap perovskite for UV detection. For solution process, it is quite difficult to dissolve chloride. It is quite difficult to dissolve chloride-based precursors, but that's not a problem in vacuum deposition. So we co-evaporate lead chloride and cesium chloride onto the substrate and make a very efficient UV photo detectors with the highest detectivity and responsivity, also lowest response time compared to other perovskite devices reported nowadays. And since perovskite solar cell can convert solar energy to electrical energy, so it's also quite straightforward to use perovskite device to convert visible light to electrical signal. So we show that by incorporate perovskite device with metal, dielectric metal, Fabipro-like resonators, and we are able to mimic the response of a human eye. So we call it artificial retina. And you can see with this kind of a special perovskite photo detector, we can detect green light, red light, and blue light with very high limit linear dynamic range and a very short response time down to nanosecond time range. And also the best of the class noise current. So we can combine this image and form a very good image sensor. And finally, I would like to talk about the application of using perovskite quantum dots or light emission thin film for indirect X-ray detection. So just as the talk mentioned by the last presentation, Dr. Huang mentioned that perovskite quantum dots is very good materials to make X-ray scintillator. The X-ray scintillator convert the X-ray photons to visible photons, and then we can detect it with CCD, or even we can, to improve the sensitivity, we can also detect this photon using photon multiplier tube. And in this work, we demonstrate that we are able to make very efficient perovskite quantum dot with photoluminescent quantum yield up to 100%, not only in solution but also as a thin film solid state form. And with such kind of materials, we can have a very efficient X-ray scintillators. And I'm sorry, here I only show the X-ray response. But in this example, we replaced lead with copper, and then we make a lead-free perovskite called cesium copper iodide. And this material can also vacuum evaporate. So you can see we can make a 40 micrometer thick uniform thick film like this to convert X-ray to blue light. And the thin film show very good PR quantum yield up to 70%. And most importantly, that because of very smooth surface morphology, we have low light scattering, and then we can have a high resolution image shown here with a resolution better than 16 nanoampere per millimeter. And the last example, we use magnesis, amine-based perovskite-like material, and the material can show amorphous structure. So the thin film possesses very high transparency. Means that the light will not scatter within the film. So with such kind of special properties, we are able to create a very high resolution X-ray image shown here. This is a TEM grid, and each line, the thickness is less than 10 micrometer. So we are able to show that we can clearly resolve such fine structure with resolution better than 30 nanoampere per millimeter. So this work I mentioned are all financial support by most Taiwan and also National Tsinghua University. So I thank all of you for your listening, and I also thank our collaborators and my students. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much for your sharing, Professor Lin. Please return to your seat. 谢谢我们林教授的精彩的分享. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 20 minutes break now, and many thanks to all our speakers for sharing their insights and valuable experience. And so please let us be back at 2:55, 5 minutes before 3 o'clock. and we will proceed our session in the afternoon. And also we have tea and refreshments are provided in the cafe dining area. Please be reminded food and drink is prohibited in the conference hall again. And ITRI Green Energy Technology Exhibition is outside, so please do go visit it and to learn more about the local development and of green energy technology. Thank you. And also, we do have a 3 o'clock site tour in Chinese. So please arrive 5 minutes before, and the meeting point is in front of the TV screen at the first floor. Thank you very much. 我们稍后还会有一场导览，就是关于我们沙仑绿能科技示范场域的中文场次。请您在3点的前5分钟，2点55分准时在我们的场外电视墙集合。谢谢您的配合，我们稍后准时2点55分回到现场，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2024 Charlotte International Green Energy Summit, and our forum will begin shortly, so please return to your seat. And once again, remind you to switch your mobile phone into vibration mode. Thank you very much. 现场的各位贵宾，我们即将开始下半场的议程啊，所以再次邀请大家回到座位上。那同时要将手机调整成为震动或者是静音的模式。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the 2024 Charlotte International Green Energy Summit and Expo. So now let us begin and toward to the next section. Under the 2050 net zero goal, the future power system will no doubt using a large amount of renewable energy. And the PV and wind power are still the main renewable energy resource. So how to make a good use of emerging technologies and distributed resources to achieve the net zero vision. And now let us welcome Dr. Morris Liang, Division Director of ITRI. Please come up to the stage and share with us. 让我们有请梁佩芳组长来跟我们分享。
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here until now. Today I will give you a brief introduction to the grid management with a high proportion of renewable energy. I'm Morris Liang, the Division Director in ITRI and responsible for the smart grid technology development. I will cover some of the issues in the high penetration renewable power grid and discuss with you what ITRI is doing now and give you a summary. Just as you have learned that the renewable is still, the mainstream renewable energy is still very, unstable, and we will have over 70% renewable in 2050. As a result, it will become a big issue in the power grid. So we will cover some topics. The first one is the balance of the system. And then there are some new phenomena in the power grid, say the bidirectional power flow. And in the distribution grid, there will be a problem about the power quality. And also the user interaction with the power grid or the microgrid will be a new challenge in the future. So let's see the first problem, the balancing of the generation and the consumption. We know that now in Taiwan, the peak hour is still the peak hour is still around 12 o'clock in the noon. But we have enough power generation because we have enough solar PV now. So the power shortage will occur in the night peak. Now the rising of the dark curve is still not a big problem in Taiwan because the portfolio of the power generation is still okay to overcome this sharp rising. But the amount of power supply in the night peak now is a problem. So we now have some energy storage system used for the power shifting. The first one is I think many of you know about this. One of them is the solar integrated ESS. In the solar power farm, the owner can install more energy storage, and then it discharges between 14, 30, and 24 following type of schedule. The schedule is given 1 day ahead. And the second one is in the green energy application for the large users over 5 megawatts in Taiwan. We can install solar PV, and also we can install energy storage instead. And if the user install the energy storage system, it discharges at 18 o'clock to 20 o'clock, and it will gain the incentive for $10 per kilowatt hour after 40 hours discharging. Or the second program is the progressive rate from $1 to $5 per kilowatt hour from the beginning. So we have two mechanisms for energy storage system used for power shifting already. But you know that in the system, basically there are 3 roles. The first one is the producer. The second one is the user, the consumer. The third one is the operator. 3 roles, right? Who is dealing with the imbalance? The operator. Who pays for this? The user. And this is the typical way the operator deals with the imbalance, because the operator gives the incentive for someone, and they provide the energy storage system. And the other way is the operator pays to the user. That's the time of use. So the peak hour is shifted to 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the night. The operator shift the peak hours so that the users change their user behavior, right? But why don't we ask the producer to take some responsibility? In the country, I think in most countries, when their power market is deregulated already, the renewable energy is paid by the market price. That means the payments follows the market price, right? If it's not a peak hour, if the power supply is enough, then the price will be low. So in nature, the solar PV should not be paid $4 in the noon because we have enough power, right? And that's a deregulated market. In Taiwan, we still accept the feed-in tariff. That means every kilowatt hour is paid for a certain amount of money. There is a trade-off in the middle. That's what I say. That's the feed-in tariff is run in Japan now. It's an alternative for FIT. It means that the revenue is linked to the marginal price in the market. So it's the gray line. It's linked to the gray line. But it's terrible for the power producer, for the PV farmer currently in Taiwan. So a premium is given to compensate the loss compared to FIT. So it's paid the blue line. There's a gap. It's called premium. It's paid the premium. How do we define the premium? It's basically the difference of the average market price and the feed-in tariff price. It means if the PV owner does nothing, basically he is paid the same with the FIT. So we give it back the money, the difference with the FIT. But what's the difference? If we give it back, why we do this kinds of mechanism? The difference is that the price is varying, so there is an opportunity to increase the revenue if the PV owner can shift his power to some high price period. So there is a motivation for the PV owner to shift the power generation because he can have more revenue. And the other way is that if the price goes to 0, in Japan, there is no negative price. The lowest price is 0.01 yen in Japan. If the price goes to the bottom, to the lowest bottom, then the premium will be removed. This means that there's too much power in the market, so please don't generate power and you will get no premium in that time slot. So in this way, we can change the paradigm of the PV power generation gradually, and one day we may just run the free market in the future. And the other difference is that imbalance becomes an issue for the asset owner, for the PV owner, because if he generates too much power, then what he expected in the previous day, then what he submitted in the previous day, he has to pay for that. Of course, that may be a loss, but that may be also a gain. If at that time there is power shortage in the market, then the excess power may earn more money. But that's a risk. So in that case, the PV owner has to make a good forecasting of the power generation. So what I said is that the user will do his best to follow the power generation. So the time of use, the time slot of the time of use is shifted to the night peak, right? And the system operator has to provide mechanism to make the ESS shifting the power and to make the power generator take some responsibility. The second issue is about the system inertia. The system frequency drops faster in the event when the system inertia is lower. In this chart, you can see that there are two lines here. For this one, the minimum frequency is lower, and for this one, it's higher. The difference is the system inertia. The light one has a high system inertia, and the dark one has the low system inertia. It's like the Newton's second formula. Everybody knows that. The force equals the mass times the acceleration, right? In the same way, the disturbance of the frequency equals the system inertia times the power disturbance. So if there is a power loss, then there is a frequency drop. If inertia is higher, then the frequency drop is lower. So we try to keep a high system frequency. System inertia. That's like a big truck. It's heavy, so the wind gust has little effect to the truck. We can take a look at the 8/15 event. I think many of us still remember that event. An accident in the maintenance cause a 4.2 gigawatt power loss. That's about 12% of the system load at that time. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The frequency drops from 60 hertz to 59 hertz in 18 seconds. You just take 18 seconds to save the system. Of course, no system is designed in this way. We will not prepare so much excess power for that system operation. That's too expensive, that's impossible. So what we do with this kinds of event, we have no choice but shed some users, cut off some users' power supply. That's the last way, but it's okay for the system. The low frequency shedding sacrificed 3 sets of users, a total of about, you can see a total of about 3.9 gigawatt. So the system loss 4.2 minus 3.7, 0.5 power difference. And the power preparation for the power loss becomes enough for this system recovery. So the power goes back, and the point is we have 18 seconds to save the system. And the low frequency shedding is not a good way because it affects many users. Over 1 million users is affected in that event. And the rolling outage lasts for 5 hours. It's recovered in 11 o'clock in the night. So there's a big complaint from the public. So the utility try all his best to avoid low frequency shedding. But in a very big event, it's not possible to avoid low frequency shedding. It's just not possible. But what we think is that if the system inertia is really low, even 1 gigawatt event will cause low frequency shedding because the system is not so robust. We want to keep the system more robust. So we want to avoid low system inertia. And the contrary is the 403 event in 2024, this year. And the power loss is 3.4 gigawatt, about 11%. You can see it's the same level because the system load is different, but it's the same level of power loss for these 2 events. But we have no low frequency shedding in this event. No users are affected. No users face the power shortage in a sudden. What's the reason? One reason is that we lost, in 8:15, we lost the power all of a sudden. It's a sudden. 6 power generation unit is cut off. But in this event, there are, there are 15 units tripped, but it's not in the same time. From the first one to the last one, it's about 2 minutes. It tripped one by one. It was tripped one by one because it's an earthquake. The machines, power generation machines were affected, and then some problem caused it tripped. So it's one by one. So the power loss is not at one time, not one shot. And then the second reason is that there are resources. The first one is the energy storage system are put to the system. 500 megawatt, over 500 megawatt are put to the system in 1 second. They are very quick response. But in 8:15, we don't have energy storage system at that time. Now we have the energy storage. And Taiwan is lucky that we have the pump hydro resource available at that time. In 8:15, we also don't have hydropower. That's the case, because at that time there is no pump hydro working at that time. But in 403, we have some pump hydro working. So that's the reason that why we are safer in this event. We have energy storage. In the case, we have pump hydro available, and it's in the morning. Solar power generation by the solar power is increasing. It helps. So we talk about the energy storage system, and what I try to tell you is that the way we operate the energy storage matters. It's not just one way. There should be the good combination, an optimal combination to do the best. We have now dynamic regulation, DREG, and the static regulation, SREG. It responds to the frequency. For the DREG, in high frequency, the ESS charges to reduce the power generation. And when the frequency is low, it discharges to increase the power generation. And for SREG, it responds to the event. So when the frequency goes to a trigger point, to a threshold, it outputs 100% power. So we have now dynamic regulation and static regulation in our power grid currently. It's a combination. But what we are thinking is that since we are worried about the rate of change of frequency, you see, the rate of change of frequency. In a big event, the frequency drop is very fast. So why don't we respond to the rate instead of to a certain frequency? If we find the frequency drops very fast, even though the frequency is still high now, we trigger the energy storage. So we try to do some simulation. It's a frequency variation for 1 gigawatt power loss under system load of 32 gigawatt. There are three kinds of energy storage service. One is DREG, one is D-responsive, one is S-responsive, that's SREG. You have known DREG and SREG. The D-responsive is a new service we are discussing with Thai Power. It responds to the rate of change of frequency. That's what I mentioned just now. And there are combination for a total of 1 gigawatt energy storage. The total is the same, but we use different portfolio. You can see. So if we have no service, it's the break curve. The frequency drops to 59.2. It triggers the low frequency shading. So some users will be cut off. And for all the cases, it's okay, but the lowest frequency is different. You can see some interesting phenomenon, like this pink one. It stands for 500 D-responsive and 500 SREG. The frequency goes back very fast, and then there is a frequency drop here, because in the SREG, when frequency goes back to near 60, it stops output. So it means a power loss of 500 megawatts when it goes back to, say, 59.9. So it goes down again. But that's safer compared to the initial case. So let's don't discuss the detail of all the cases, but what I want to tell you is that the portfolio will change the behavior. So we have to be very careful because the resource is expensive, and we have to be very careful about what we design the frequency regulation service. And the last issue is about the power quality. In Taiwan, the rooftop PV goes faster than the ground side PV because it's easier to find the rooftop. And that means we will have a lot of solar PV installed in the distribution system in the low power side, low voltage side. That will be a very big issue to the power quality. You see, when in the nominal case, in the feeder line, the voltage will drop gradually because the power flow is from the head end to the tail. So it drops gradually, like the blue line. And when we install the solar PV, it's a power source. So there are current inject to the power line. So the voltage will become higher. And then we install another one, it becomes higher again. Finally, it may go out of the safety margin, positive, negative 5%. And the strategy in Taipower now is that he will not allow the installation for the second one because he will say that you obey the rule. The impact analysis will not be qualified, so you are not allowed to install the solar PV at that point. But you cannot do this for 30 years. You have to release more resource for the solar PV developer. Otherwise, you cannot meet the goal. Otherwise, you cannot meet the goal for 70% solar renewable. So we have to solve this problem in some way. A traditional way is to install something. A traditional way is install something here to lower the voltage. That's a voltage regulator on the high frequency feeder line. High voltage feeder line on the primary side. And of course, it's expensive because you install something for 11.4 kilowatt or 22.8 kilovolt. It's expensive. So we try to derive a way for much lower cost. It's the hybrid transformer. We just install a small power conditioner after a conventional transformer to adjust the voltage on the secondary side. So maybe the primary side, the voltage in the primary side is still too high, still higher than the safety margin. But for the user side, we can use the conditioner to shift the power, to shift the voltage to a safety region. It's okay for the user, and it's much more cost effective for a small region. So of course we have some challenges to overcome, but we don't have time, so let's skip it. The second one is the solid state transformer. It's a fundamental building block in the DC application, but typically we do not. We mention the solid state transformer for the the primary side is 11.4 or 20.8, 22.8. It's a high voltage line, and the low voltage side is 220 or 380. So it's used to replace the pole transformer. The benefit is to provide much higher power grid flexibility. And you can see the benefits in the integration of DC resources. If the solar PV and the ESS is integrated by the AC coupling, the cycle efficiency is about 90. But if we use DC coupling or even with the solid-state transformer, it becomes 95.5. It's a big efficiency difference, especially if we have more and more energy storage and solar power in the user side. The efficiency difference will be very big. Or if we have large DC appliances, say in a DC charger or even in the data center, when we have very big power-consuming DC resources, SST will provide much higher efficiency. And finally, we are thinking about the microgrid and the grid forming inverter. The microgrid idea is that if the grid, if the cell can operate in the grid connected manner or in the islanding manner, it will support the grid, support the region, and the region will become very robust. And even when we have some problem in the substation and there is a power loss, the small cell, after the small cell operates stably, it can expand to the other region. It can expand the region to a larger one or to dynamically integrate with the other microgrid. This is the idea that we will try to implement in this area in the following 5 years. And I think Dr. Yang will explain more in the next presentation. Because the time is already, so I just give you a summary. The intermittency of renewable energy may affect the power system in many ways, and ITRI has been developing technology to well coordinate the renewable in three ways. One is the system analysis and design globally and regionally. And the second one is to develop power conversion system to support the system operation. And third one is the microgrid development, both in hardware and in software. And the collaboration is more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your sharing, Dr. Liang. So please return to your seat. 谢谢，再一次感谢我们梁培芳组长带来的专题的分享，谢谢。As the world moves toward net zero, Taiwan is actively promoting the development of renewable energy, especially photovoltaic. However, the connection of large amount of renewable energy to the grid also brings about the problem of instability. How should we solve it? Let us welcome Professor Yang Hongze of National Cheng Kung University to share with us. 让我们掌声欢迎杨宏泽教授的分享。
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm Hongze Yang from National Cheng Kung University. I'm working for the Department of Electrical Engineering. So my background is the power engineering and energy conversion. So in this talk, I would like to share with you 2 topics. Number one is the for integrated PV and also energy storage system. How can we have the smart control strategies to maximize the revenue received by the owners? So this is the topic one. The second one is I would like to share with you is the planning of the沙崙. That means this area, the沙崙Green Energy Scientific City. How we can have an integrated, aggregated system for the different area. Like this is the area D, and the neighborhood is the area C. And then we have different buildings. And we would regard every building as a microgrid, and we have the aggregator platform to integrate the individual microgrid. So this is the 2050 net zero emission plan that I think everyone in this room would know this plan. That means that when we reach to 2050, we will have zero emission. This is the plan proposed by our government. So for the energy transition, we have 3 major strategies and 9 measures. That include, number 1 is the building a zero carbon energy system. For this system, we have to maximize the renewable energy. And the second one is to raise the energy system resilience. And then we should foster the green energy growth. This is the 3 major strategies. And if we want to maximize the utilization of the green energy, and especially for the distributed PV on the show, we will have some issues and impacts. The number 1 is when the penetration level of the green energy is still low, we will face the reserve capacity issues. We will have to provide the power supply for the capacity reserve. And the second one is the regional distribution congestion issues. And for the medium penetration level, we will have to face the issues of duck curve. That means that during the daytime, this is the peak hour. But in the high penetration level of the green energy, it would be very low. And up to the evening, we will face the very growing fast the load. So for the traditional power generation plants, we have to have the capabilities to supply the power to the faster growing or faster increasing lower demand. And another issue is like mentioned by Dr. Liang, we will have the voltage issues, over voltage due to the reverse power flow of the distributed PV generation. And for the high penetration level of the green energy, we will have the severe frequency fluctuations. And also, we have the feeder capacity issues. So that's why our government would like to promote the system of integrated PV and energy storage system to levelize or to lower the impact of the high penetration level of the green energy. So this is the PV and energy storage system in the integration architecture. So here we will have to the cloud level. This we call it ESMS. And then the second one is the local level or on-site level. This is called energy storage system controller. In this controller, we have to develop the control algorithms for the energy storage system, power scheduling, and also we will have to do is the PV generation smoothing. And then we should also observe the frequency variation of the grid and to determine should we discharge or charge the power into the energy storage system. And we have to also observe the voltage variation and to control the reactive power scheduling. We have to charge or discharge or release or to input the reactive power. And finally, in this system, we have to achieve the purpose of minimize PV power curtailment. That means that even we lower the capacity of the PV interconnection capacity, but we should not curtail the power generation. So on the this is the local controller, and on the cloud side, we have to do is the PV generation forecasting for the loading time and also day ahead, and also for the real time, very short term PV generation forecasting. Based on the day ahead and also the very short time PV generation forecasting, we have to do is the energy storage system power scheduling. We have to schedule the next day, at what time we have to charge the power, at what time, and we should discharge the power, and at what level. And to achieve the objective of the PV generation forecasting, we have to receive the data, the forecasting data from the Weather Forecasting Bureau, and also the other website that the business, from the commercial business for the weather forecasting. And then we have to do is the communication network. And also, if it is needed, we have also to do some PV curtailment if the forecasting or the PV generation is over the limit of the interconnection capacity. So this is what I said, the loading day ahead, PV power forecasting, the purpose, and also the very short time PV power forecasting. So we have to use the AI models to train the forecasting model to generate the day ahead forecasting, and also the 1 minute ahead or several minutes ahead. The purpose for the day ahead forecasting is for the scheduling of the power charging and discharging for the next day. And for the very short-term PV forecasting, it is used for the power generation output smoothing. So to use this energy storage system with the multi-purpose, we have to also use it for the voltage reactive power, or we call it the VQ control, and also for the PV power smoothing. This is the one of the more important objectives of the energy storage system application. So for the integrated PV and energy storage system optimal charging and discharging schedule, we have to observe or to follow the rules of the TPC. That the rule is called 太阳光电结合储能系统充放电原则. We have to follow that. And follow that, and we have to continuously observe the frequency variation. And if it touched the upper bound or lower bound, we have to do the power release. And the second one is for the charging and also discharging according to the time scheduling, followed by the defined by the TPC. So I want to share with you one simulation case. For this case, on the PV side, we have about 17 megawatt PV installed capacity, and we also we also have the energy storage system up to 12 megawatt, and the energy is about 44 megawatt hour. And the upper bound and the lower bound of the SOC is about from 10 to 90%. And also, we are allowable, the cycle efficiency of the SOC is about 86. So for this simulation scenario, we divide two weather types. One is the sunny weather, and the second one is the cloudy weather, or we call it is uncertainty case. This is for the cloudy weather. And for the sunny weather, we will see this is the scheduling. The purpose of the control is to ensure and maximize SOC of the ESS after 2:30 in the afternoon. And then during the hours for after 6 o'clock, we can release the power to the system to earn the energy compensation from the TPC. So this is the overall strategy of the schedule. For the sunny weather case, you can see this is the case. What we like to do is to maximize the SOC. The SOC should reach about 90%, but in the same time, we would like to minimize the PV power curtailment. Why we have to do the power curtailment? Because the PV generation is over the limit of the interconnection capacity. So we have to do curtailment because the SOC has reached the maximum limit. This is for the case for the sunny weather. So we have two different strategies. The previous strategy is the prioritize. Prioritize, that means that because we have to learn the maximum benefit from the ESS, so we have to charge it. We have to charge the SOC to the maximum number. But to the maximum number, but until to an earlier time, the ESS has been fully charged. So we can still have the PV power. We cannot charge it anymore. We have to release to the feeders. But because the feeder reached the upper bound, so what we can do is only to curtail. We would give up the PV generation. So this is the strategies of prioritize the ESS charging. The second one is with someone who would do the prioritize the PV power cells. That means that if we have the PV generation, we release it to the TPC and to earn the FIT. And if we have extra PV generation, we will charge into the ESS system. So this is the schedule of the charging and also the discharging numbers. And for our smart control strategy, we would observe the future PV generation status. So we will control the charging values according to the forecasting. So even until to the end of the charging, when we have reached the upper bound, we cannot charge it anymore. So we have to do is also the power curtailment, PV power curtailment, but the number or the value of the PV power curtailment is much smaller than the another strategies. So this is the for the sunny case. Sunny day case, and for the cloudy case, this is for the ESS charging priority. So we can see that because it is cloudy, the PV generation is not enough. So there is it would not need to do is power curtailment. So the power curtailment is also 0. But and for the PV power cell priority, we can also see the PV curtailment can keep to the minimum or 0. We don't need to curtail the power generation. And for the smart control, we also achieve the purpose of 0 power curtailment. But what we do is to observe the power generation and to have the optimal scheduling of the charging and also discharging. So we do the summarize of the the result. For the sunny and for the cloudy day, we calculate the PV energy setting, and also we observe the ESS SOC level, and we can also calculate the PV curtailment, and finally we calculate the total revenue from the different strategies of ESS charging and discharging. So from these figures, we can see that for the different case, especially in the sunny case, we have the base total revenue. The revenue is the highest, and also we have the lower power curtailment of the PV generations. So this is for the one-day tab, and if we extend the cases to the 1 year, 1 year, we can see that the different charging strategies, the proposed smart control strategies have the best total revenue. You can see compared to the most used strategies, we can increase 3.63%. That means that we have about 9.6 million NT dollars earned from this system if we use the smart control strategies as compared to the ESS charging priority. So if we compare these different strategies, our smart control strategies can have the can ensure the ESS to reach the expected SOC, and also to maximize the energy sales and ESS discharge priority profits. So we can minimize the PV power curtailment. So this is the benefits of the advantages of the smart charge strategies. So this is the first topic I would like to share with you. And the second one is the VPP and also the microgrid planning in this area, in the southern area. So this is the concept of the VPP. That VPP means that the operator can have the communication channels with different participants, like the home energy management system, building EMS, and also the independent ESS or independent distributed energy resources. Especially for the future, we will have the EV charging station. So for the EV charging station, we can also integrate them to form a VPP. For the VPP, we have to develop in an aggregator trading platform. So using this platform, we have to communicate with the power market in Taiwan. This is an ancillary service market. And to participate in this ancillary service market, we can earn the maximum benefit from this system. So if we want to develop an VPP, the technical requirements include the hardware, software, and also the communication protocols. So I think in Taiwan, this is what we're good at, the technology we want to develop the VPP and also the aggregator system. So in the Southern, in the future, we will develop the smart net zero microgrid EMS and also the blockchain VPP transaction platform. So in this microgrid, what we need to do is also the load forecasting, renewable forecasting, and also we have to integrate the EV charging station in the southern area, and also we have to do is the contract capacity management and also the load grid forming technologies. So this is a grid forming control with the high renewable penetration. That means that to supply the load, the obligation is not only from the generation side. For the demand side, we also control the load to balance the power generation and also the power consumption. So if we can control the load and also the generation, so we can keep balance of the supply and the consumption, and to make the frequency and also the voltage at the defined level. So for this system, we have to do is the intelligent real-time dispatch control, and also to use the AI model to do the green forming load control. So in this microgrid, we have to do is the green connecting mode and also the identity mode. And we have to do is the seamless transition from this mode to the identity mode, or from the identity mode back to the grid connected mode. So we have different control strategies like the energy dispatch schedule, contract capacity management, ancillary services, or demand response control during the grid connected mode. And also for the identity mode, we have to enhance the resilience during the identity system. And also we have to the grid forming load control, and to achieve the low cost dispatch. So as we know, the Taiwan Power right now is to promote the ESS just behind the meter applications. So the electricity price or the tariff structure, we follow the EV charging station. That means the high and the low electricity price would up to $8 NT per kilowatt hour. For that tariff structure, we will find some benefits levels to use the energy storage system just behind the meter applications. So for the ESS behind the meter, what we can do is also the smart ESS control. So this is the structure we have developed for the industry to do the behind the meter application. So for the area C building, we also do the grid identity demonstration from the grid connected to the identity status. So this is the structure of the identity demonstration. So we follow different microgrid operation flow chart. We can do black start if the load and the supply is balanced. We can also do the seamless transition, and also we develop the Southern VPP management and trading platform. In this platform, we integrate the different sites like the C area, D area, and the other site like the exhibition building and so on. If they have ESS, we would integrate this ESS together into the platform, so we can do the resource management, do the scheduling, do the bidding, and also do the settlement with the Taiwan Power and ancillary service bidding platform. So this is the project that would be completed in 3 to 4 years to demonstrate that the southern area can be an integrated VPP system. So in this area, we will also integrate the EV charging station. So this is the CSMS platform for the EV in this area. They can use the green power or the power from the TPC, and we have different control strategies and a different charging rate for them. So finally is the 24/7. That means that is full time carbon free power matching and trading mechanisms that will be implemented in this area. That means that for the IE100, not only in terms of the energy and also in terms of time. So this is the the future project we would implement in the coming 3 to 4 years. Yeah, thank you for your attention. This is my 2 topics to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Yang. 谢谢，再一次感谢我们杨宏泽教授的分享哦。So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the session of the 2024 Shaolin International Green Energy Summit and Expo. Thanks to you all, our speakers and VIPs and everyone to attend to join us today. And please scan the QR code on the screen and fill out the questionnaire for this event. Your valuable opinions will be an important reference for the organizer to hold events in the future. 邀请大家扫描我们荧幕上的 QR code， 回复我们今天的活动满意度问卷哦。您的宝贵意见是我们日后举办相关活动很重要的一个参考依据。And also as a reminder, there is a high-speed rail shuttle bus set up outside the venue. So if necessary, you can follow our staff to instruct you to take it. And I wish you all a good day. 谢谢。我们在场外备有高铁的接驳车，如果您有需要的话，可以跟着我们的工作人员来协助您搭乘。再一次感谢大家今天的出席，我们下次再见，谢谢。